All right, everyone, and welcome inside Sunset Lanes here in Moorhead, Minnesota for the 2025 North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles. I'm Darren Cini here on NDBowlTV. For those of you who are tuning in, please let me know how everything looks, how everything sounds. That would be greatly appreciated. As you can see, we are just about to get started here. We are waiting on a couple players who couldn't quite go as fast as they wanted to getting to town. There was a little bit of snow over the course of the evening, so the roads out west were not that great. The tournament should be underway here shortly.
All right, everybody. Looks like everybody's here right now. And we'll get things going here. Just a reminder, left goes left, right goes right after each game. And just a message says if you're struggling today, Ryan Selk is here right now, so you can ask him for advice. He'll help out. Hey, Ryan, you want a bowl? Jesse, are you ready? Where's Jesse at? Is he still walking in? Okay, we're gonna give him 2 more minutes here. So 2 minutes and we'll get going here, guys.
All right, you heard him there. 2 more minutes, and we will be underway. Matt Miller, Mike Guthrie, thank you for letting me know that everything is good. We had to do a little bit of a quick setup here this morning, so I always wonder how everything looks and sounds, because I feel like I miss things at times. The format today is pretty simple. It'll be a 9-game qualifier, and the top 5 will advance to a stepladder final. We are bowling on the 2023 PBA Tackett pattern, which is 44 feet, 26 mils, a 6-to-1 ratio, so I do expect some moderate to high scoring. There's going to be 6 players, it looks like, to a pair, with a couple pairs having 5, it looks like. So pretty good turnout. The last couple players that are waiting on have walked in the building, so within the next 2 minutes we are going to be underway with our warm-up shots, and then we'll be underway again. We are doing a 9-game qualifier, so grab some lunch, settle in, and let's watch some good bowling today. Looks like by looking at the field here in front of me, there's a nice mix of players. Some players from Canada, some players from Minnesota, and then, of course, quite a few people from North Dakota. Kent, thank you for watching from Arizona. I do appreciate that. As everyone's coming in here, let me know where you are tuning in from. I'm always interested to hear how far our reach is. On our starting pairs, we are going to feature lanes 11 through 14 right in front of us. We have Aaron Craig, looks like Taylor Wallstrom, Wade Scott, Randy Peterson, Mike Green. I believe Blake Wallstrom, Eric Kempel, Tristan Clymer, Jared Schmidt, Tim Pausch. Some of the people standing here in front of us, so those will be the featured players. Game 1. We are going to do a left moves left, right moves right move today. So pretty standard for a tournament like this. Looks like Dale Newton as well. Dale was one of the players that took a little bit longer to get here due to the roads from Williston towards the Minot area. As many know, we had our first decent snowfall overnight, so the roads out west were pretty sketch. But nonetheless, we are underway here as the players will start their warm-ups, 15 minutes of warm-ups, and then we'll be underway with game number 1. Matt Miller, are you able to see scores at all? Yes. They just put those up on the screen, and while they're warming up, I'm going to build those shots out so that everyone can see those. So just give me 1 second here. All right, we're going to throw the scores up on the screen. I would appreciate it if everyone would kind of let me know how they look. As long as you guys can read the names pretty clearly. Big shout out to Darren and the folks here at Sunset Lanes for the NDBowlTV background on those scores. That is pretty neat. Do appreciate that. And as mentioned, our featured pair is going to, or pairs I should say, Aaron Craig, Taylor Wallstrom, Dale Newton, Randy Peterson, Mike Green, Wade Scott, Jared Schmidt, Tim Pausch, Blake Wallstrom, Tristan Clymer, Matt Pausch, and Eric Hempel. And also a big shout out to Sunset Lanes. They historically, for us here at NDBowlTV, they have had the best internet that we see all season long. And Darren Sundstrom, one of the owners here, told me they upgraded, which I thought was a little insane. But we have some of the best internet we will probably ever see here on NDBowlTV. So we are going to try to broadcast here in HD today. Hopefully everyone can notice at least a slight bit difference. Bill, thank you for tuning in from Washington. I do appreciate that. For those of you joining us early, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing, as we are just a few away from 2,500 subscribers. Goal is to hit that today. Again, we're bowling on the 2023 PBA Tackett pattern, which is 44 feet, 26 mils, and a 6:19:1 ratio. With the slightly elevated ratio, I do expect there to be moderate to high scores today. But as always, people know in this building that it doesn't matter what you put out, the breakdown happens fast. And by the time we get to game number 9 and into the Stepladder Finals, people are going to be left. As I guess if you're the righties, they're gonna break down pretty quick. I do expect the volume to stretch the pattern out a little bit, but come games 4, 5, and onward, you're going to see the righties sliding 30 to 40 range pretty quickly. So we'll see how the lefties in the field will navigate that when that happens. Again, our format is 9 games, and the top 5 will advance to the Stepladder Finals on 11 and 12, which is the left 2 lanes of our featured pairs. Defending champion of this event is Joel Galley, who won the title last year in a title match win over Taylor Wallstrom at Midway Lanes. You can watch that show on the NDBowlTV archive. Match that came down to the final frame. And throughout the day, if any of you have any questions, please go into the chat room or send us a message on our Facebook page, or you can email me, Darren@ndbowling.com. And we'll try to answer any and all questions you may have. We will update our scores as they happen. And what's pretty neat about the scoring system here at Sunset Lanes is as a player is finished, their names go into the score sheet that is posted right behind me on the monitor. I believe it's a Cubica AMF scoring system, so we'll be able to know the scores and the standings pretty quickly. And if you haven't already, please share the stream on social media. We would greatly appreciate that. Hit that thumbs up button. That helps us with the ever-famous YouTube algorithm. The idea is to get more eyeballs watching our streams, and we do appreciate anything and everything you guys can do for us. Looks like we are up to 2,496 subscribers, so thank you to all the new subscribers so far this morning. Or I guess it is afternoon, feels like morning. And it looks like we're down to our last 5 minutes of practice here, so let's take a quick opportunity to thank those who support us. Thank you to the folks at Zello Gear, the official jersey partner of NDBowlTV. You can save 10% on your next order at zellogear.com by using promo code NDBowlTV10. Big thank you to Jake Peters, Chris Prather, and company for supporting us. And a big thank you to the folks at Storm. Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. We'll be running some Storm ball giveaways throughout the season, and have been thinking about giving one away today, perhaps. We will see. And again, you can follow NDBowlTV on Instagram, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and follow us on Facebook. Stay up to date on all things here at ndbowling.com. Again, I'm Darren Cini with ndbowling.com, flying solo in the booth. And we will be underway here with the State Scratch Singles game number 1 coming up next. Matt Miller asks, how come you're not bowling today? Well, I have always had an issue bowling 2 days in a row. I mean, I can do it just fine, just not as well on day 2. And I will be bowling tomorrow in the doubles portion of this weekend with a good friend of mine, Matt Smallin. And I would like to be 100% ready to go for that one. So the choice is to bring you guys live coverage here today. So this is a donated show. Normally the tournament directors, bowling centers, etc. do ask for NDBowlTV live stream services, and we quote those out at a rate, but this is a donated show by us. As a big thank you to the folks at the North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association and what they have done for me over the years, so big thank you to them. Jamal says, what is the pattern for today? The pattern is the 2023 PBA Tackett pattern, which is 44 feet in length, 26 mils of oil for the volume, and the ratio 619 to 1. So again, not a overly difficult pattern, but I do expect moderate to high scoring, at least early on. And then as the lanes break down, I think they could get a little tricky, especially for those on the right side, because they're going to be migrating left. And once they get too far left, then you're going to see the lefties kind of run into the laydown area for the righties. So it's going to get interesting later here today. And like I said, with 9-game qualifier and there's 6 bowlers to a pair, these are going to break down pretty quick. And as just a normal characteristic of this house, having a older lane surface and topography included, the lanes end up hooking a little bit more and breaking down a little bit quicker, as we have noticed in past years at the NDBowling.com Classic here at Sunset Lanes.
Free drinks to Buffalo Wild Wings, so every bowler's going to get a free drink to Buffalo Wild Wings. And if you're a local bowler and you don't like to go Buffalo Wild Wings, he's got a high-low coupon free for a burger. So I think 2 cruises going to pass those out.
Very nice.
You can take a pic there if you want Buffalo Wild Wings or a high-low burger.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but Buffalo Wild Wings has provided drink tickets here today, so they'll be passing around a free drink ticket to those who are eligible. So big thank you to the folks at B-Dubs right down the street here in Moorhead. Looks like we have wrapped up our practice and we'll be underway. Matt Miller, you had knee surgery instead? Yeah, well, sometimes you got to fix those things. I totally understand. And attaboy Tristan, first shot on the live stream, runaway Brooklyn. Gotta love it. They all look the same up there. We've all had our fair share of those. Shout out to Tristan. He is a bowler that can throw it one-handed and two-handed. So there have been tournaments where he has walked in with 2 separate arsenals because as a two-hander that doesn't use his thumb, he can't use his one-hand arsenal for PBA, or not PBA, USBC ruling. If there's a hole in the ball, it must be used to deliver the ball. So Tristan has been known to carry 2 arsenals to a tournament. Just kind of showcases the versatility of players these days. First look here at Randy Peterson on the left, North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer. Looks like that one hooked a little early on him. But like with most tournaments, it takes a little bit to get settled in. I know myself, it takes a few frames to just kind of settle into the tournament and let muscle memory take over. Do what you practice Let your body do what you're used to doing. Randy on the spare. Almost converts. Big shout out to Dale Newton up on the left pair, lane 11. Overcome some pretty big health issues of the last few years. It's really good to see him out here again. Dale out of the Williston area. Wade Scott, unfortunate split there. Lefty out of Minot. Blake Wallstrom up here on 13. Comes from Bismarck, originally from Minot. Winner of the KFYR-TV Bowling Classic back in 2020. See Jared Schmidt up on the far right. He is a bowler here at Sunset Lanes. Finished second last March to Zach Andreessen, the NDBowling.com Classic. Again, a wide range of players. So it looks like 68 entries is what I count. And throughout the day, for those of you watching, if you do notice something is off, you can't see the scores, sound, what have you, let me know. You guys are my eyes and ears. Any feedback is appreciated. Shot and start there for Mike Green on lane 11. Also a KFYR-TV Bowling Classic champion, I believe back in 2017. Righty out of Minot. And good to see Tim Pausch up here on lane 13. NDBowling.com major champion. How's everyone in the chat doing today? Again, if you're just tuning in, let us know where you are watching from. Always enjoy seeing how far our channel can reach. We are in game 1 of 9. would like to say thank you to Darren Sundstrom and Lonnie Thielbar and the entire staff here at Sunset Lanes for allowing us in the building to cover this event today. To bring you guys wall-to-wall coverage of the Scratch Singles Tournament put on by the North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association. Again, after 9 games, we will cut to the top 5 for a Stepladder Final right here on 11 and 12. So likely a marathon of a day, but we will be here to bring you complete coverage of the tournament today. Tomorrow is a doubles event. We will not have that on stream as I will be bowling, but you can tune in to the NDBowling.com Facebook page for updates from the doubles tournament tomorrow. And as per usual, we will have complete recaps from both the singles and the doubles this week on NDBowling.com, so be sure to check that out. Again, I'm Darren Cini, flying solo here on NDBowlTV. If you have any questions, please hop in the chat room. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. That would be greatly appreciated. Good shot there for Tim. Looks like he's starting to settle in, gets double up on the board. Old Soul Biker tuning in from Detroit Lakes, watching his kid. Do appreciate that. Looks like Case is on the pair to the left of our featured pairs. So the next ball you see on lane 10 will be Case. Unfortunately, Case is on the left lane, so he's going to be moving left throughout the day, so we will not see him on our stream until later this afternoon. Robert Craig tuning in from Thunder Bay. Got to imagine you are watching Aaron Craig here in front of us. Great bowler out of Canada in the Thunder Bay area. Which reminds me, we will be making our trip back up to Winnipeg in January for the Manitoba Open. You can watch that Stepladder Finals right here on NDBowlTV. Last season, a pretty exciting one up there as Zach Wilkins took down Thomas Wolfe in the final to win his first NDBowling.com major championship. We will also be going live from Minot on January 4th at the second annual Larry Craig Memorial 8-game marathon. It's one of the most attended tournaments that we see all season long, as last season had over 120 entries. Look forward to bringing you guys coverage from that one up in Minot, January 4th. So a lot of good bowling coming up here on NDBowlTV the rest of the season. Wade Scott up now on 12, looking for a 4-bagger. Looking comfortable with the Sublime. 900 global. Nice shot there. Do see a nice mix of equipment out there on the racks, including the new 900 global Viking. Randy is currently throwing that. There's a new hybrid asymmetrical bowling ball. Aaron Craig looks like he's throwing the Origin. The red Origin, that is. Good double for him to get him going this morning. I keep saying this morning. It is not morning, Darren. It is afternoon. We are almost to the 2 o'clock hour. As per usual, a typical early afternoon start on Saturday for this tournament to allow players to drive this morning. Always good to be able to save on hotel costs, especially these days. Well, looking around the house so far, see a few strings of strikes here and there. Looks like Jay Fettig's got the front 6, a couple pairs to our right. Tatum Lee, 9-spare, 9-spare, 5-bagger on the pair to our left. As mentioned before, we are bowling on the PBA Tackett pattern from 2023, 44 feet, 26 mils of oil, and a ratio of 619 to 1. I do expect moderate to high scores, at least early on. But with the different styles in the building at the time, you're going to see some players are going to need to get them early. And then when they really start to break down, those players with a little less rev rate, I think are going to have a really good look. I did talk to Blake earlier before we started, and he does believe that he's going to need to get a lot of score early on as the right side breaks down and gets towards the left side of the lane. Will be right where his laydown is, and that's going to create a little bit of early hook for him. So we'll see how him and the rest of the Southpaws navigate that. As you can see, most of the righties are already sliding around 20 to 25, some even further left than that. And from personal experience here at Sunset Lanes, the two ends of the house do play quite a bit different. Also different from pair to pair, as I think is pretty standard across bowling centers, depending on the various topography, the lanes near the doors. A lot of different contributing factors, humidity in the bowling center. Let's see if Randy can get this right lane dialed down now. It looks like he's been getting a little early hook on 12. He is throwing that 900 Global Viking. Last couple times here, left the 3-6-10, throws that one a little wide and does not recover. So not exactly what you want to see after going 3-6-10, 3-6-10. But as you can see by his shot there, you can throw it somewhat out of bounds. Chris says, what are they bowling on? Modified house. It is a 2023 PBA tacket pattern. So it is I wouldn't call it a sport pattern. I would call it more of a challenge pattern. The ratio is in that 6-to-1. So like I said, I do expect moderate to high scoring throughout the day. Good mixer there for Wade for a 6-bagger. Mike Green's got a shot to put up 4 in a row. Blake Wallstrom working on a double. It's got a hook and 7-pin. Question for everyone in chat. What is their favorite bowling ball so far this season? What ball are you throwing the most? It can be a ball from any company. It doesn't have to be the Storm brands. But let me know, what is the ball you guys throw the most this season? For me, it has been the Storm Ion Pro Solid. Has been probably one of my favorites, as well as the 900 Global Cove. Those have been the 2 I've used the most, I think. I bowled on a variety of patterns, from league house shots to the Masters pattern a couple weeks ago, and then a pretty tough pattern up in Williston about 3-4 weeks ago now. The Widow Mania so far. I've heard pretty good things about that ball, so doesn't surprise me that it is very good for you as well. Looks like game number 1 here is entering the 10th frame for a majority of the players across the house. 2 our left. Case has a chance to strike here for 198. Looks like Dawson Unrath with a good game going. Tatum Lee can strike out for 279 here in the 10th. As can Wade Scott right here in front of us. Looking over to the right, a pretty good game going for Masters champion Thomas Wolf. Strike 9 spare sheet to the 9th. So he's got the 10th left for 280. Jay Fettig did start with that front 7, but did struggle the remainder of the game, but does start with 235, so a good game for him. Chris says he throws the Ion Pro Solid. It is a very good ball. For those of you who love the original Ion Pro, as well as the Ion Max, I really like the Ion Pro Solid. I see it as an IQ Tour with a little bit more down lane. And that right lane is just not being nice to Randy. Kent says the Attention Star has been his go-tos this season. Also a very good ball. Bill, the Brunswick Crown Victory. Very nice. Oh, let's see. Also looking to the right, John Breckel can pick up a spare, which will give him 255 to start. Israel Potter is going to be in the 220s. Pretty good mix of scores. Tatum Lee did finish out as 279, so nice work there. Kent says the hyperdrive solid has been good as well. Yeah, that's a very good ball. I have been seeing that roll quite a few times up at North Hill Bowl. Chris says, I have a real question. How many bowlers do you know that have a sanctioned 300 with each hand? I do not know the answer for that one. If anyone in chat knows that, please feel free to put that in there. I'm not sure if USBC tracks that or where you could find that, but if there's anyone out there who does have a 300 with each hand, that is pretty impressive. I know good friend Chris Cool, who I bowl league with, he, for a long time, very good right-handed bowler, still is, but switched to two-handed lefty and was actually really good when he did that. I don't know if he had hand problems or if it was just something he wanted to do, but he was actually really good. I don't know if he ever shot 300 as a two-handed lefty. I'd have to ask him, but he would be one of them. And Chris, you did it. That's why you asked. Oh, that's pretty awesome. I know a lot of people will say 300s are dime a dozen anymore in bowling, but to be able to do it and to be good enough throwing with both hands to throw 12 good shots in a row like that, that's pretty impressive. I don't care how easy they are out there or how hard they are out there. It's just to shoot 300 with both hands is pretty good. Matt Pausch, 216. Blake Wallstrom needs a double here to get into the 200s. Gets the first one. Looking to our left, I believe that's a 235 from Dawson Unrath, so must have had a rough 10th frame. Looking down to the right, Thomas Wolf goes split spare and can strike you for 257. So again, pretty good start. Some big scores and some not so good scores here and there. But again, we're bowling 9 games, so it's a pretty long format here today. Top 5 will advance to the Stepladder Finals, where we will determine a champion. Again, our move today is right moves right, left moves left. I have to imagine they will we skip a pair? And then eventually they will have to do about game 4 or 5, they will have to do a double skip just to avoid Bowling on the same pair twice. And it sounds like they're talking behind me about the move, and it might be just to the immediate pair next to you, because there are only 12 pairs across the house, so you will hit a majority of the house, except for the 3 pairs immediately the opposite way of you, the way you start. So that would make sense. Dale Newton here can get into the 230s with at least 8 pins here. Throwing a harsh reality solid, it appears. 9 count for 231. Wade Scott, good strike to get into the 250s. And soft 7. Perhaps we might welcome Blake Wallstrom in quick to give us a little rundown on what he sees. Let's bring it on into the booth here. This guy, Blake Wallstrom, how you doing so far?
Oh, you know, not terrible, not great. Shot 2-0 that first game. Just trying to figure out the right way to knock him over.
What do you see so far out there on the 23 PBA tacket pattern?
It seems like if you start with anything too big, it just wants to kind of roll out, but you need to find something that starts up early enough and blends it.
Sure.
Because if you have anything too clean, it either doesn't see it. It's kind of like Cliff from the beginning.
That's what we see happening with Randy at the moment. He's having a hard time finding a really good ball reaction, and it's a lot of an over-under, but he's throwing a lot of stuff with polish, or as he's throwing the Hyperdrive Pearl and the Viking. So
yeah, I think they're just a little too clean right now. I think you need something that's a little earlier.
Because you told me just a minute ago you think you have the right ball but the wrong surface.
Yeah, I started with the purple, and I don't want to play it straight because it's really flat towards that outside part. So then I got into that Scorpion low flare, which I only 7-pinned once, but the surface is pretty strong on it from a tournament a couple weeks ago. So I tried to hit it with my hand with a 3000 pad just to smooth it out, and it's still just such a chalky color that it's not saving anything.
Sure.
So I had to move way into the puddle of oil in the middle just to try to keep it to save some energy for the back end. That 7-pin I left, I got it out a little wide, and it just kind of started up, went forward, and just didn't have enough to kick the 7 out. But
So do you foresee yourself having any problems as the day goes on with how far left the righties are going to get?
oh yeah, I think there's going to be big problems. I think there's going to be, I think the scores are going to be kind of all over the place at the beginning. Like, there's going to be some massive ones, some people not doing so good. And the same people that had massive ones could not have good the next one. But I think throughout the day, they're going to get so deep and be throwing it over the top of the gutter as hard as they can towards the gutter. And it's going to trap a lot of us lefties either closer to the gutter, or you're going to have to find a way to trick it to get it through the first 15 feet of the lane.
I would agree there. Well, good insight. Looks like you're going to be up here again on our featured pair. Blake Wallstrom, you've seen him on stream before, but good luck to him the rest of the way. You got 8 more games, so it's going to be more of a marathon day for you.
Yeah, it's a grind. I just
All right,
wanted
man.
to say hi to my family. Hi, Ember. Hope you're being good. And see everyone later.
Very nice. Thank you, Blake, for a little bit of insight. Let's take you back out to the lanes and switch this over as we are now in game number 2. And we will try to get a word with some players as the day goes on, just to kind of get their insight on what they see. I'm going to turn around here and look at the scores as they scroll through on the monitor up here. All right, looks like Tatum Lee is your game one leader, 279. Marissa Naylor, 267. Then Jesse Sickler, Clayton Reed, Jesse Wilson, Thomas Wolf, Chris Charles, John Breckel, Dave Whitaker, and Wade Scott are your top 10 after game one. And Wade had 248, so 248 north of that, you are in the top 10 after game number one. And looking at the new players that have rotated onto our featured pairs, Tyler Meyer, Lonnie Thielbar, and Corey Zimmerman on the right lane. And over here on the left, Gage Schatz, Tatum Lee, and Chris Scott. So with the move, unfortunately, there's going to be a group of players that we will not see unless they make it to the Stepladder Finals later this evening. Well, let's see how we are doing on our climb towards 2,500 YouTube subscribers. We are at 2499. So if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and get us to that 2,500 subscriber mark. Unfortunate there for Tim Pausch, sends the 2-pin around the 7 on that spare. Tough break there. Well, let's see if Randy can get going here on a new pair. Looking for a double. Pretty rough first game. But if there's anyone who can score once they find it, I give pretty good odds to Randy. So he's got to search for that ball reaction. Let's see what he can do here. Randy throwing the Ion Pro solid. Looks like that one hooked early. It does not get lucky. Look at Tatum Lee over here on lane 11. Nice shot. Tatum, one of the youth bowlers in the field this weekend. I don't believe Tatum has reached the age of 15 yet. Extremely talented player for his age. Well, Tim got 3 the hard way there. Well, Blake's ditched the pull over here. Maybe that's what he needs to throw a big game together now. Shot looks pretty good. We are in game number 2 of 9. Following the 9th game, the top 5 will advance to the Stepladder Finals. Bowling on the 2023 PBA Tackett pattern, 44 feet with 26 mils and 6:1:9 ratio. Moderate to high scoring pace. But as they break down, they are going to get pretty tough. Those players that like to play in the dirt, as I say, will excel late today and make a run towards the Stepladder Finals. Shot there for Tatum. Nice bounce back after the open in the first. Wow, unfortunate break there for Tristan on 12. Never a spare I want to throw at. 3-6-10 is one of those that is a thorn in my side. And for those of you just joining us, this is the annual North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles Tournament. Tomorrow will be the doubles, scratch doubles. Again, that will not be on NDBowlTV as I will be bowling that event. But if you find the NDBowling.com Facebook page, we will update the standings from that one. Defending champions in that event are John Breckel and Jeremiah Smith. Won the scratch singles last season at Midway Lanes. Defending here today in the singles is Joel Galley. And that's how it's going for Randy so far. Finally post 2 good shots in a row and good for 9. Feel like all of us as bowlers have had a day like that. And those days are pretty rough. Wallstrom up now looking for a 4-bagger, a little inside, but snaps a 7 out. Good shot there. Here's Gage shots on the front 5. Again, a couple questions for everyone in the chat room. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And also, what ball has been your favorite so far this season? I know most of the leagues are about a month and a half in. Let us know, what is your favorite ball to throw this season? It does not have to be a Storm product. It could be any product. I just want to know. Another good shot there for Gage. Front 7. Up on lane 11. Got a challenge for every one of you watching at the moment. Head on over to the Facebook page for NDBowling.com. Find our story and give it a share. I would greatly appreciate that. share our stream if you would. And hit that thumbs up button. We have officially hit the 2,500 subscriber mark, so big shout out to everyone who's subscribed today. I do appreciate that. Another decent game here going for Wade Scott. Over to our left, Tatum Lee running him again. Gauge shots, front eight. Good triple there for Tristan. Mike Green here has another solid game going as well. Looking around the house, a decent game for, I believe that's Jesse Sickler. Doug Wagner has a decent game going. Israel Potter is going to be in the 260s. Again, after game one, Tatum Lee was your leader at 279 his first game. Had the single pin miss in the first, but has got a 6-bagger on the board, make that 7. He is yet to strike in the first or second frame of either game, but has struck every other frame so far today. A decent game going for Nathan Smith up here to the right of your screen. There he is. And gets the strike. So that's back 7, 238 for Nathan Smith. Great game for him. Great spare pickup for Chris Scott. Picks up the 5-7. As those of you who watch the NDBowlTV Masters show, yours truly left one in the 10th frame. Gotta love bringing a 250 rev rate to heavy oil, but that's what happened. Hashtag team no revs. At least for me. Blake here waiting on a ball, I believe. A stuck ball, and then shout out to Lonnie Thielbar up here on lane 13, part of the ownership here at Sunset Lanes and the pro shop operator here, so big thank you to him. Not quite sure what's going on here on lane 11 and 12. At least first I thought it was a stuck ball. I'm guessing Blake can't find his ball. They are working on that. Yeah, it looks like it came back, so our left pair here will continue. 231 for Mike Green. And that game over to the right was not Jesse Sickler, it was Jesse Wilson. Needs to convert the spare in the 10th to get himself into the 240s. Looks like he's got to clear some deadwood on 17. You can see that over there to the right of your screen. And now here's Gage Schatz working on the front 9. Not quite sure what his first game is, but up here in the 10th, looking for a 10-bagger. That one's left and can't trip out the 9. But a good run for Gage. Gotta wonder if the stuck ball was kind of icing the kicker a little bit, if you could call it that. Good run for Gage, run down the spare, and still has 279 possible here. Oh, Wade Scott converting the 7-pin. He'll be in the 220s. On the spare there for Gage, so into the 270s. Good finish here for Tristan after a pretty shaky middle of the game there, but gets himself into the 230s, which I think is going to be kind of where you need to be throughout the day to stay in the running for that top 5 Stepladder Finals following Game 9. Tatum Lee up now on 12, looking to add to his lead. He was a leader after Game 1 with 279. That's 269 possible here. Good shot there. I believe he's throwing one of the hammer effect balls. Not that well versed on the Brunswick lineup, but I do know that is a hammer effect, whether it's I know there's 3 different ones, the effect tour, the special effect. Ooh, nice swisher there, so gets him into the 260s after shooting 279 Game 1. Looks like Tim is starting to find something. Luckily for Tim, we got 7 more games. $269 for Tatum Lee. Just a cool 148 over after 2 games. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And we are going to see Tatum on our next game. Let's see if Tatum can snap off 800 here the first 3 games of State Scratch Singles, as arguably the youngest player in the field. I don't know if there is a younger player in the field. I don't think so. Blake Wallstrom finishing up here in the 10th, wrap 7, and I can tell you wanted that one. Skinny jeans there, Blake. That was really close. But he does convert the 7. Keeps him in the 220s. Looks like Blake's going to test a different ball. Good luck to Blake the rest of the way as he will continue moving left and out of view from our stream. Doesn't like it, but gets a good 8. So 225 for Blake. And while we have a little bit of player movement, I would like to remind everyone that Zello Gear is the official jersey partner of NDBowlTV. Save 10% at zellogear.com by using promo code NDBowlTV10. And a big thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, I'm Darren Cini, flying solo here in the booth. You can follow all of our social media channels, Instagram. Please subscribe on our YouTube channel there. Follow us on Facebook. Our next show following this one will be January 4th, live from Minot at the Larry Craig Memorial 8-game marathon. So stay tuned for that one. Moving on into game number 3 here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. And now moving on to our featured pair from the right, Jay Fettig, Israel Potter, and Nathan Smith. Looks like we have a group of 2 moving in from the left. Albert Atundu and Michael Neibauer. It appears Tatum Lee is looking for something. He can't find the ball he's throwing. The loss has been found, so Tatum Lee underway here on the right pair. Albert up here on the left appears to be throwing an attention star, but I could be wrong. Can't shake out the 7. Well, Tatum Lee keeps his progression going of not striking in the first frame. He has yet to strike in the first or second, but has not missed in any other frame for 2 games. I guess that's the end goal for a lot of people out there, is to take 2 frames to learn the next pair. And then as quick as you can figure it out, the better you're going to be. Well, let's look at our standings here going through game number 2. We'll read off our top 10. Once it flips over here, leading the way, Tatum Lee, 548. Second, Clayton Reed, 511. Jesse Wilson, third, 501. Clayton Moore in fourth. Israel Potter, Jack Fulstrom, Chris Charles, Gage Schatz, John Breckel, and Wade Scott are your top 10. Wade Scott at 472 for top 10. If there's anyone you would like to know where they're sitting in the scores at this moment, please let us know in the chat room. Top 20 would be 444, so 44 over gets you to top 20. So the scoring pace is kind of going how we thought it would. Moderate to high scoring, at least through the first half of the block here this afternoon. And a solid 9 there for Tatum, so that completes the not striking in the first 2 frames. So expect Tatum to sheet this game like he has the other 2. Unfortunate break there for Albert with the 7-10. Hope everyone out there is having a wonderful Saturday afternoon. I appreciate you spending it with us here on NDBowlTV. Stepladder Finals will take place immediately following Game 9 on 11 and 12. Five minutes shy of the 3 o'clock hour here in Moorhead, Minnesota. All right, Tatum, keep the trend going. And it's over. The first non-strike in frames 3 through 10 today for him. But he is our leader by over 30. So we will continue to follow his progress. Great start by all the folks here on 13. 3-bagger apiece. Good start for Chris Scott. Shot there for Albert using what appears to be the Ion Pro Solid. Again, I've been mentioning that ball quite a bit already this afternoon as it is one of my favorites. And if you haven't already, jump on in the chat room. Let us know what ball you have liked the most this season. Or if there's a ball that is about to come out that you are looking forward to. Front four for both Israel Potter and Nathan Smith, as well as Chris Scott on our pair here on the right. Looks like Michael Neibauer has the front four as well over here on the left. Looking around outside of our viewing area, looks like Tim Pausch's got a good game going. Did think he was finding something pretty decent there at the end of the last game. He's keeping it going. Peyton Sumner's front 5. Dustin Harold has a chance to get into the 240s. Liam Naylor has a chance to get into the 240s. If he strikes here, immediate pair to the right. Looking for a double to go into the 10th. And Runaway Brooklyn, he still has a chance at the 240s. But the highest scoring pair that I see across the house is right in front of us here to the right. Although most strikes are happening right in front of us, the way it looks. As we are parked right dead center in the middle of the 24-lane center. So we have eyes on most of the scores. I can't quite see down to 1 and 2 or 23 and 24, but have a good view of most of the scores here in front of us. And snaps out the 7 for Tatum Lee. He still has 800 on the board, but he needs the next 3. And Tatum Lee is your leader after 2 games with 548. 279 follows up with 269. And has 258 left here in game 3. Nice shot there for Nathan, front 8. Shout out to Daisy in the chat, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Quite the game going here for Jay Fettig, Israel Potter, and Nathan Smith. And a 4-pin for Jay. I've always said having a good draw is something you can feed off of in a format like this. 9-game qualifier, as the guys around you keep striking it, you kind of feed off that energy and you get going, you know? I think that's exactly what these three are doing. And same with the pair or the lane to the right. Gage Shots, Tatum Lee, Chris Scott. All putting up decent games so far. All right, Nathan Smith up here on lane 13, working on the front 8. Got a push. Yeah, I saw that when he laid it down short off his hand. Still a good run. Still has 260 left if he gets the 2 here. If he finds a way to convert it, still has 270s left. Pair to our left, Tim Pausch still has 290 left going into the 10th, so North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer getting going. So tomorrow will be the Bowling Proprietors Association Stage Scratch Doubles Tournament right back here at Sunset Lanes. We will not be live streaming that event, but it will be held on an SYC pattern from 2022, I believe. It's a 41-foot pattern. I think that one is a 4-to-1, so a little bit tougher. That tournament is a 6-game sprint, and then the top 5 doubles teams after 6 games. And now each player will be bowling their own game. They will all advance to the Stepladder Finals. So definitely a quicker format tournament tomorrow. Gage Shots with the spare. Gets him into the 230s. Jay Fettig can pick up this 4-pin to get him into the 240s. Decent game for Tyler Meyer here, 220s. But as it seems, there's no slowing down for the scores yet. Appreciate all of you joining us this afternoon. Let us know where you're tuning in from. .247 for Jay Fettig. Israel Potter still has 279. Tatum Lee up now with 235 left. Get him into the 780s for his first three. Likely still the leader after game 3. Good shot there. Chantel, thank you for tuning in. Oh, your dad Henry, where is he? In the building here. He's somewhere to our right. I do believe he's moving this way, so he should be on the stream coming up. Joe tuning in from Thunder Bay, I do appreciate you. That strike gets Tatum Lee into the 230s. 780 plus for his first 3 games. Strikes for 783. And unless I'm missing someone throwing a few big scores, he should be the game 3 leader. .234, 782 for Tatum Lee. .279, Israel Potter, great game there. Tim Pausch gets the first one in the 10th, can strike here to get him into the 280s at least, and trips it out, so he strikes his last ball for 290. Nice game by Tim. Good, like I said earlier, it's good to see him out here bowling tournaments again. It's been a while since we've seen him on the circuit. Final over there on the left, Tim Pausch, 289. Likely going to be good enough to snag a high game pot this game in the house. And 259 for Nathan Smith. So that wraps up our coverage of game number 3 here at the North Dakota State Scratch Singles Tournament. Again, head on over to zellagear.com and save 10% on Zella Gear. using promo code NDBowlTV10. Big thank you to them to be the official jersey partner of the High Plains Bowling Network. And again, thank you to Storm, the official bowling ball of NDBowlTV. Be sure to follow us on social media. Please, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing. And hit the thumbs up button on your YouTube player. That would help us out. Moving on into game number 4. Following a little bit of player movement here. And moving in from the right is going to be Dustin Harold, Liam Naylor, and Jesse Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Let's see who moves in the other way. Looks like Hunter Sanders, Brad Peterson, and Talon Jacobson. Those will be the 6 new players here in front of us. Big shout out to the Canadian contingent who made the trip down to Sunset Lanes this weekend to compete. And we look forward to heading up to Winnipeg in January for the Manitoba Open. NDBowlTV will be there providing coverage of the finals. I believe that is Sunday, January 11th. January is going to be a pretty busy month for us here at NDBowlTV. We have 3 shows in 4 weeks. Starts with the Larry Craig Memorial 8-game marathon on January 4th, followed by the Manitoba Open on January 11th, and then 2 weeks later, we head back to Minot for the finals of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout on January 25th. Live from North Hill Bowl. Starting game 4, roughly 4 minutes shy of the 3:30 time frame, so we're looking at somewhere around 7 o'clock tonight. 7, 8 o'clock will be the start of our Stepladder Finals, so be sure to tune in for that. Top 5 after 9 games will advance. Looks like the entire house is now on game 4. So Tatum Lee leading 782, Israel Potter 762. 10th is John Breckel at 709. Just barely caught the top 10 there. We'll have to read off those top 10 names when the standings cycle back around again. If there's anyone out there that you would like to know where they currently sit in the standings, hop on in the chat room and let us know. Question in the chat room, any standouts from Williston? We have quite a few Williston players here. Jesse Sickler's bowling, Brad's bowling, Peyton Sumner's, Dale Newton. Our top 10, Tatum Lee, Israel Potter, Clayton Moore, Clayton Reed, Jack Bolstrom, Jesse Wilson, Talon Jacobson, Nathan Smith, Doug Wagner, and John Breckel. That is your top 10. Peyton Sumner's is in 12th out of Williston. Brad Peterson in 27th at 651. Tim Pausch plus 44 now in 30th after that 289 game. So right back in it. Does look like the scores are starting to slow down just a little bit. A lot of players are seeing some early hook going on, and kind of what we were expecting around that game 4, game 5 transition. The mids are starting to break loose for all the heavy-handed players, the high rev players. I do expect a majority of the right-handers to be sliding in the left gutter by games 6, 7, and 8. And making game 9 especially interesting. And really, it's a characteristic of this house. We've had the NDBowling.com Classic here for quite a few years, and it doesn't matter if we put out a ton of oil or not. Eventually the mids go, whether it's topography, whether it's the older synthetic lane surface. Lucas, good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well in college. Hope you guys did well today at the Leatherneck. Travis is, after 3 games, is in 13th at 696. So some pretty high scores here. We're bowling on a 6-to-1 pattern, so moderate to high score pace. I do like Travis's chances here once they get pretty burnt late in the block. So trying to look around to see where he currently is. Yeah, he's down on 23 and 24, so if that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, he will not hit our pairs in front of us, so we'll have to keep you updated on his scores as we go. Perhaps he will bowl game 9 in front of us if my math serves me correct. So tune in for Game 9 if you want to see Travis bowl. Lucas and the St. Ambrose team ended up third with tomorrow's bowling to go. Very nice. It's good to see. Hopefully you guys can cap it off tomorrow and take home a win. I will say one thing about our championship pair, which I do believe is 11 and 12. I could be wrong, but this right lane, the right lane has been hooking out of the house for everyone, and there's a prime example of it on Hunter's shot there. From in practice to Game 1, we saw it when Randy was in front of us and couldn't seem to control the mid lane and left the 3-6-10 combination a few times. And that's going to come into play this evening for the Stepladder Finals. That right lane is already on fire. And we have quite a few more games to go, so something to keep an eye on. Guys who are able to get a decent score on this pair are going to gain on the field for sure. Looking over to the right, I believe that is a Mike Green 270. Nine spare strikes, 7 spare sheet. So Mike Green, great game there. Looking around the house, it looks like a big game from Chris Scott. Has a possible 278 with the 10th frame left to go. Leader Tatum Lee can strike out for 221 and get north of 200 over for the 4 games. First shot on the way, does snap the 10 off, so he gets the first one in the 10th. Score's definitely slowing down a little bit. I think this is where you will see the higher rev rates start to get so far left that they have to trick the ball a little bit. And then all the lower rev folks are going to start to find a decent ball reaction. And the reaction there says it all for Israel Potter. That lane is going to play a big role in the rest of the tournament today as we head into the Stepladder Finals. Israel has not missed on the left lane, but he's only struck once on lane 12. So something to keep an eye on. Nice game for Michael Neibauer, 245 on our featured pair. Well, there you see it from Nathan Smith as well. Lane 12. Call the fire department because it is on fire. And for those select bowlers that are going to avoid this pair, they definitely have the advantage. Out there for Talon Jacobson on 12. All right, a little bit of player movement here, and then we will move on into game number 5. Appreciate everyone tuning in today. Thank you to all of our new subscribers. Hit the thumbs up button and please share the stream on social media. That'd be greatly appreciated. Looking like a roughly 8 o'clock start time for our Stepladder Finals. Be a late evening here at Sunset Lanes, so for those of you watching, find some dinner, freshen up a beverage, and enjoy some bowling this evening. And moving in from the left, Chris Charles, Marissa Naylor, Peyton Sumners on the right. Who do we got moving in over here? Andrew Wendt, Henry Trutwin, and from what I can see, Marissa Naylor is the lone female in the field this week. Team Canada member. Has made the show up in Manitoba over the years. Melanie in the chat, how is Joel doing? Let's see. Joel is our defending champion. After game 3, he was at 629 in 35th. Let's see if we can see a scoring update behind us after 4 games. Joel is at 64 over and in 28th after game 4, so he had a good 230 in game 4, so still in good shape. I do believe Joel is moving this direction. He will be on our featured pair games 7 and 8. Looks like he's got a rough one going here through 4 currently, so he's got to turn this one around, but still in decent shape. A new leader after game 4, Clayton Moore at 215 over. Tatum Lee at 203 over. Top 10, Jack Volstrom, Dawson Unrath, Clayton Reed, Israel Potter, John Breckel, Doug Wagner, Jesse Wilson, and Matt Smallin. That is your top 10 after game 4. If there's somebody that we have not listed off that you would like to know how they're doing, please hop in the chat room, send us a message on Facebook, or find a way to contact us, and we will let you know how they're doing. Looks like another decent game going down there for Mike Green and Wade Scott. Also appears Randy Peterson is getting it going. Not sure how he has been doing since the first 2 games here. But it looks like he turned something around. Randy's got 290 left, about to step up in the 10th. Mike Green in the 250s. Wade Scott still has 279 left. So big game from those 3. Shout out to Brad Peterson here on 13. He is the proprietor up at Strike Zone in Williston. Always a big supporter of NDBowling.com. We do appreciate Brad coming out and bowling. Josh Arneson in the chat said, is there a post of the standings anywhere after 4 games? If it would be anywhere, the folks at Sunset Lanes would be posting it. I do not have the Game 4 sheet in front of me. And I do see Sunset Lanes posted 33 minutes ago the complete standings after Game 3. So they are posting the standings. So head on over to Sunset Lanes on Facebook. I know there's probably a few bowling centers called Sunset Lanes. So find the one here in Moorhead, Minnesota. Give their page a like, and you will find the standings there. But Josh, if there's anyone in particular that you're wondering how they're doing, we can definitely look for them on the scrolling scores on the monitor behind us. Looks like 279, Randy Peterson, and open in the 10th for Mike Green, 225, I think that is. Wade Scott still has 270 left. Add a few pairs to the right. Question in the chat on how is Randy Peterson doing after 3. Randy was 3rd from the bottom. Very uncharacteristic of Randy. He had a pretty rough game on our featured pair to start, but he has currently got 279 on the board in game 5. So clawing his way back. He's got a lot of ground to make up, but getting closer to even after 5 games. Only, unfortunately for Randy, the scores are pretty high at the moment. After 4, the top 10 was more than 170 over. suppose the scores are slowly updating because there's a pair that is done. So I wouldn't say the top 10 was 170 over, but probably right around 100 over, 120 over would be the top 10 after 4 games. So pretty high scores. So how's everyone doing in the chat? Pretty quiet out there today. What do we got to do to wake you guys up? Do we have to give away a storm ball or something? What should we do? Again, we're in game 5 of 9. Following game 9, we will head on over to the Stepladder Finals for the top 5. You like giveaways. I thought that would pique your guys' interest. Because thank you to the folks at Storm. I have some Storm products to give away and or raffle, so might have to think of something here. There's a lot of good Storm products out there right now. Could be a Storm ball, could be a Roto ball, could be a 900 Global ball. Again, thank you to the folks at Storm. Now you guys are talking in the chat. You just have to say something about giving a ball away. That's a secret, huh? I like it. James Martinez, thank you for tuning in. I just have to decide how I want to do the contest. Do we do a raffle to raise money for the High Plains Bowling Network? I got to figure out a way for all you guys to enter. What would be the best way to do it? Waiting to see Jesse Rivers on stream. Where is Jesse? I did see him just a minute ago. Jesse and probably the best stash in the building. He will be on stream games 7 and 8. Probably don't deliver to Canada, but you know, I am coming up to the Manitoba Open, so you could have someone collect it there. Because that is one stipulation from Storm, because whoever wins would get a ball directly from the folks at Storm, but they do not ship to Canada. But since we have a lot of Canadian fans, I would find a way to make it work, whether it be ship the ball to myself and bring it to Manitoba Open and get it to them somehow. I will do what it takes. James says, is Smalls going to make it to the stream? I do believe Matt will bowl the final 2 games on our stream, if I did the move correct in my mind. But we will see here momentarily. I think he is to my left. Yes, he is moving right, but I think it's going to take a couple more games for him to get here. By the way, that was a 243 for Jesse Rivers, so he's bowling pretty decent. Joe says, is Aaron Craig going to make it to the stream? He bowled game number 1 on our stream and moved left, so he will not be on our stream the rest of the afternoon unless he makes the Stepladder Finals. Shout out to the staff at Sunset Lanes for taking care of all of the calls, including the Deadwood. Andrew went 270 on our featured pair. Great game there. Yeah, gutter on 12. Oops. Yeah, a little humor there from Jesse Wilson. He said that wasn't the line. All right, well, we have a little player movement. Again, big thank you to the folks at Zello Gear, official jersey partner of the High Plains Bowling Network. You can save 10% at zellogear.com using promo code NDBowlTV10. That promo code is available to all fans of NDBowlTV, so please head on over there and save 10% on your order. Thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV, for the 4th year in a row, 3rd year in a row. You know, I lose count. I don't know. But big thank you to them and everyone in Utah. They treat us so well, and I do appreciate everything they do for us. And again, follow us on all of our social media channels, as we will run some giveaways on Facebook later this year. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing. That would help us out greatly. Moving on in to game number 6. We are past the halfway point here at the North Dakota Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles. Live from Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, Minnesota. Again, I'm your host, Darren Cini, flying solo in the booth for the time being. But we will be here for the entirety of the event through the Stepladder Finals later this evening. And that will begin following game number 9. Looks like there's still another player to finish up their game 6, or game 5 score, sorry. And once they're added to this total up here, I will give you a top 10 rundown after game number 5. The Cubica AMF scoring system they have here at Sunset Lanes, once a player is finished, automatically enters into a score sheet. So you have a constant update of scores. Unfortunately, I can't find a way to get that on our screen, but maybe sometime down the road we can work on that. Okay, just waiting for our score sheet to cycle back to our top 10 players, and we'll give you a Game 5 scoring update. Meanwhile, the players in front of us have started Game 6. Jamie Craig, Brian Gehring, and on the left coming in, Dylan Ruby, and all right, Nick Curran, I think, is the other one. So here we go, top 10 after game number 5. Come on, score sheet. All right, top 10. Clayton Moore leading with 1273. Tatum Lee in second, 1237. Jack Folstrom third at 1216. Dawson Unrath, Israel Potter, Matt Smallin, Doug Wagner, Wade Scott, Thomas Wolf, and John Breckel. That is your top 10 following game number 5. I know we had questions about Travis Hersrud, 25th at 82 over. Nathan Smith in 20th at 94 over. Again, if anyone out there wants to know how someone is doing, just let us know in the chat.
Are you gassing me up? I heard you talk about my mustache. All right, all right.
Let's see where Joel Galley is, 29th after game 5. He did save that game. He had 2 opens in the first 4 frames, but finished out with 213. So he is 77 over. The cut to the top 5 at the moment, Israel Potter at 191 over. So they're your top 5 currently in the Stepladder Finals spots. So Clayton Moore, Tatum Lee, Jack Bolstrom, Dawson Unrath, and Israel Potter. That is your top 5 after 5. And shout out to Brian Gehring there on lane 13. Longtime supporter of NDBowling.com, and we do appreciate everything Brian does for us. He's the proprietor down at Midway Lanes in Mandan. So big thank you to Brian, and we do appreciate you. Jesse Rivers with the stash, indeed. Let's see where Jesse is. After he had a rough first game, he's currently in 45th at 19 over, but his last 3 games, 221, 212, 243. So he's in good shape. I gotta imagine they're gonna pay 1 in 4 or 1 in 5, somewhere around there. I do not have an official payout, but with 68 entries, you got to think, 1 in 3 would be roughly 22 players. 1 in 4 would be the 15-ish. 1 in 3 would, or 1 in 5 would be 12. So probably somewhere around 12 to 16 players will get paid today. But again, that's unofficially. Yeah, tough break for Andrew indeed. That lane 12, I tell you what. Lane 12 has been a pill. That lane alone is going to decide a title later. Does look like our stream is plugging right along here in HD. Shout out to the folks here at Sunset Lanes for providing the best internet we see all season long and allowing us to stream in HD this afternoon. Big thank you to all the new subscribers to NDBowlTV today. Hope you stick around for the big month of January. Well, we will have 3 shows in 4 weeks. Starting in Minot at the Larry Craig Memorial 8-game marathon on January 4th. 1 week after that, we head to Manitoba for the Manitoba Open in Winnipeg on January 11th. And then 2 weeks later, we will head back to North Hill Bowl in Minot for the finals of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. And you can watch it all right here on NDBowlTV, so subscribe and stick around. Tough break there for Chris Charles with the 4-9. Well, just looking around at the scores in the house at the moment. A decent game going on here for Jeremiah Smith. Has 1-9 spare in 7 frames. The rest are strikes. Looking down towards the high end of the house, I see a Tatum Lee front 7. So a lot going on here in game number 6. Brian Gehring working on the front 5 and leaves a 5. Jeremiah Smith, another strike on the pair to the left. Tatum Lee up now in the 8th. And that's 10 back. The king of revs right there, Henry Trutwin, making it look easy. And this just goes to show how hard this center is from pair to pair. Andrew Wendt had 270 on 13 and 14. Moves over to 11 and 12. Drastically different. And we do have a Tatum Lee front nine. As well as a Tyler Meyer front nine. So we are watching those. Looks like Tyler is up, down on lane 6, 5. Yep, he's bowling on 5 now. For the front 10 on the way, looks like he got it. Yep, I can't see the 10-pin spot from our vantage point. So Tyler Meyer on lane 5, front 10. Tatum Lee down on roughly 19, 17, 18. He has the front 9. And that's front 11 now for Tyler Meyer. Down on lane 5. Okay, Tyler Meyer is up. Lane 5, working on the front 11 for perfect 300. And he got it. So 300 game by Tyler Meyer. And just like that, Tatum Lee is up, working on the front 9 down on the other end of the house. And can't trip it out. Bucket tripped out, left just the 8. Question in the chat. Where is Gage Schatz's shots at the standings wise? He was 32nd after game 5. And yes, in case you missed it, 300 game by Tyler Meyer. Tatum Lee had a shaker 8-pin, but he will most definitely keep his spot in the top 5 after that game. He did pick that up, so he'll be in the 270s. .257 from Jeremiah Smith. Talon Jacobson, 269. Clayton Moore is up, has a chance at, I believe, 240s if he strikes out. And he was our Game 5 leader. Do we get to see Mr. Sundstrom on the featured pair? Funny you say that because he will be moving to our featured pair the next 2 games. That would be Darren Sundstrom, part of the ownership here at Sunset Lanes. And he did make our show at this one last year, I do believe. In the final 5. He just finished out a 211 on the pair to the right. Looks like a 180 for Joel Galley, a rough game there. He will be moving to our featured pair the next 2 games as well. Wrapping up game number 6 here. Henry with a good game. We'll see if he can finish this one off. 255 possible. All right, all you Jesse Rivers fans, he is about to move to our featured pair. As mentioned earlier, I do believe Jesse Rivers has the best stash in the house. If you agree, type 1 in chat if you think Jesse Rivers has the best stash in the house. Maybe we can get him to come back here in the booth and give everyone a look at the stash. All right, guys, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna bring Jesse into the booth here, and I want you guys to see this. So what we're gonna do is everyone type 1 in chat if you think Jesse has the best stash in the house. There it is in all its glory.
What am I looking at?
Right there.
What's going on, guys?
All right, everyone type 1 in chat if you think he's got the best stash in the house.
Oh, shout out to Deanna. Look at that. Oh, shout out Havoc Dunk.
That we're a little delayed, so we gotta wait a second for everyone to see it. But good bowling today, and keep it going, man.
My first game was rough, and the last game was rough, but everything else was plus. I think I'm like 24 under, so
It's all right. You had some good games. You had a couple bad ones. That happens.
I think, what was it? First game was like a 150 something, last game was a 150 something, but everything else was over. But
Look at that. Look at all the ones come in chat. I love it.
oh, Pax! Shout out Pax! Shout out Mikey! Oh,
Love it.
perfect.
Awesome, man. Good luck this game.
Thank you.
Look at all the ones rolling in there. I love it. All right, new players coming in on the left. Jeremiah Smith and Vern Myers. On the right, we have Joel Galley, Darren Sundstrom, and Jesse Rivers. And remember, Joel is our defending champion, winning last year a title match over Taylor Wallstrom at Midway Lanes. This tournament does travel to different centers each season. So hopefully next year we can bring you live coverage of the singles once again, wherever that may be. probably change the graphic. We are actually in game number 7. There we go. All right, next question for all of you in chat. Who thinks we should run a raffle for a Storm High Performance Bowling Ball? What do you guys say? I've got a wheel of names in front of me. And in order to get on the wheel of names, it's a $5 entry, donation to NDBowlTV. For every $5, your name will get on the wheel of names, which is just a random spin wheel. And there are 3 ways that you can do that. In the description below on the video, we have our Venmo handle. There is a link to a PayPal donation site. And also you can super chat here on the video. For those of you watching in the archive on a later date, obviously we're only running this to all the live people. So that's what we're going to do. And then we will spin the wheel right before the championship match this evening. And the winner will receive a Storm High Performance Bowling Ball of choice. Could be Storm, Roto, or 900 Global. So to get your name on the wheel, 1 name on the wheel per $5 donation to NDBowlTV. We could get 1, we could get none, we could get 50. I have no idea. But that's what we'll do. Since this show is a donated show, we'll try to raise money to cover our costs to get down here and provide coverage for all of you of the State Scratch singles. So again, you've got 3 ways to enter. Just make sure you include your name so we know what name to put on the wheel. And then we will spin the wheel live on air right before the championship match. Matt Miller already in with a $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I do appreciate that. Rockaholic with the $20 super chat. A big thank you there. What name, Rockaholic, would you like on the Wheel of Names? Austin Bernston, thank you for the 3 entries. Get your name on the list. Jim B is going on there 4 times. Thank you, Jim. Again, if you're just joining in, we are raffling off a Storm High Performance Bowling Ball of choice. So for every $5 donation to NDBowlTV, you can get your name on the Wheel of Names. Madison, thank you for that. Havoc, thank you for that $20 super chat. Big thank you, everyone. I can't believe that. Havoc, what name would you like on the Wheel of Names? Mike, thank you for that super chat. Do appreciate it. I gotta keep up with all these. Rock, I have your name. If we draw it, you can come back and look at it in the archive, but you'll have to message our page on Facebook or email me. I will post all that in the chat. We'll find a way to get in contact with you if you win. Havoc, what name would you like on there? Mike with the 2 entries, thank you.
And he lives in Iowa, so it's virtually impossible. Ryan, you should be on my side. He lives in Iowa, and it's virtually impossible to get pregnant. Oh, what the hell's wrong with you? I'm a realist.
I honestly didn't expect this kind of a response for the raffle. Thank you guys. Mike Guthrie with the 4 entries. Thank you very much. Okay, so we still need Havoc. What name would you like on there for your 4 entries? That's the only one I'm missing. Again, thank you guys so much. Havoc, we could put your screen name on there as well. Greg M., thank you for the 5 entries. Havoc is your brother. Put Chris M. I will do that. Thank you so much for that.
You're in college. He was like he's a junior at St.
Ah, Chris McFarland. Very nice. Thank you so much for that.
I wore the wrong shirt today because normally they take the visor. That's all. And I'm a visor.
All right, so far, we're just going to kind of confirm this with a lot of people. So far, Austin Bernston for 3, Chris M for 4, Greg M for 5, Jim B for 4, Madison B 2 entries, Matt Miller 4 entries, Mike Guthrie 4 entries, and Mike Rosenhan 2 entries. Hopefully I got everyone so far. Melanie, how do you pay to enter? I went to Super Chat and it said $1.99 and didn't let me type an even amount. We do have a Venmo or a PayPal link in the description of the video. Again, if you're just joining us, we are going to raffle off a Storm High Performance Bowling Ball. You get 1 entry per $5 donated to NDBowlTV, and we will spin the wheel prior to the championship match this evening here at the state singles. Let's see if I can take the booth camera and show you guys what we have going on here. So let's move our camera. And there it is, there, as we add names. Again, big thank you to everyone who has entered so far. Totally forgot you're watching bowling. Yes, and we are in Game 7 of 9. So we have Melanie, thank you for your entry. 3 entries I see. Okay, James Martinez, thank you for the 4 entries. Do appreciate that, my friend. Joel Galley is on our featured pair right now, actually. James, we got your entry, and Melanie, we got yours as well. There was a little hiccup there in the internet, so it's a temporary thing. It just lasted a few seconds, but in case we missed anybody. Again, big thank you to everyone who has entered so far. Did not expect that kind of response, so thank you. again, we will spin the wheel in between the semifinal and final match tonight. And you do not need to be present to win. I will find a way to contact you, and we will get your information. The winner that will get to select a Storm Roto 900 Global ball of choice. It just has to be currently released in the market. So, as many know, the 900 Global Viking has been announced, but I do not think that one comes out to the public until the 17th of November. So that would be the only one that's ineligible. And of course, the ball has to be in the current catalog for the SPI brands. So on lane 14, Joel Galley, our defending champion, looking to punch out for 235. Our Game 6 scoring update. Clayton Moore still leading with 15-20. Tatum Lee just 4 pins back after that 279 at 15-16. Dawson Unrath in third at 14-28, so a big gap there between the second and third. Israel Potter at 14-21. Jack Folstrom 14-15. That is your top 5 after Game 6. Next 5 out, Wade Scott, Taylor Wallstrom, Matt Smolin, Thomas Wolf, Doug Wagner. That is your top 10 after Game 6. Mark, thank you for that entry. We did get yours. That is 4 entries for you. Thank you for that. Again, if anyone's tuning in recently, we are going to run a raffle for a Storm Ball of Choice. We will spin the wheel of names prior to the championship match this evening, and you get 1 entry per $5 donated to NDBowlTV. Do appreciate everyone's support so far, and thank you for helping make this possible. And like I said, the donations can be made in the description below. There is a Venmo handle. There's also a link to a PayPal donation site, as well as Super Chats here on YouTube. Wrapping up game number 7. Joel Galley 224, Darren Sundstrom 219. Rough game for Jesse Rivers. Perhaps hyping up the stash got him off his game, but he'll be in the 170s. Looking to our right, Peyton Sumner's front 9. And Peyton Sumner's was in 16th after game 6. He is rattled off the front 9, the immediate pair to the right. So Marissa threw her final shot there on the pair to the right, and she had 256. So now Peyton Sumners will be on the pair to the right, working on the front 9. Lane 15. First shot on the way, soft 10. You guys can blame that one on me. Matt Miller asks, are standings updated on Facebook? I do believe Sunset Lanes has been posting on their Facebook page. So go check them out. That's where they did post a Game 3 scoring update. I'm not sure what they have posted since. I can go look. Yes, Sunset Lanes just posted the standing sheet after 6. So head on over to their Facebook page. Their Facebook handle. Do apologize, the internet has got a little bug in it once again. Hopefully everyone is still up and running. Just dropped a few frames there, but should be okay. Let us know in the chat if things aren't looking right. Actually, let us know if they are, because then if they are, you can clearly hear me. But we are wrapping up game number 7. About 10 minutes shy of the 6 o'clock hour here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles. All is good. Thank you for that. On my end, we get a lot of pop-ups and screams at me saying things aren't working, and it happens very quick. So sometimes I don't know how it looks on your end, but if we're good, we're good. Brad Nelson says, Darren, are you bowling? I am not, but I will be bowling the doubles tomorrow with my good friend Matt Smallin. So looking forward to that. Anyone who knows me knows that if I bowl day one, I can usually bowl pretty decent, but sciatica, lower back problems, day two just do not agree. So I have a hard time bowling back-to-back days. What happened at the Masters a couple weeks ago with me making the show on day two was kind of crazy, all things considered. But when it comes to this weekend, I'd like to stream the singles just to provide more content for you all, and then I'm good to go for doubles tomorrow. And yes, Matt is bowling pretty well. He's on the pair to the left. He will be on our featured pairs the next two games, games 8 and 9. Matt's got 228 left if he picks up that spare to the left of your screen. And he did, so he's in the 220s. And he's been in good shape because after 6, Matt was in 8th. So, and only 16 pins off the cut for 5th.
When Beck TV plugged in, they said that wasn't very good there, but the jack right back there, they ran a wire, it plugged directly in, now it's better than this jack here. So
How am I going to do this if she's not here?
I don't know.
It's maybe white. No, she's got stuff to do. That place looks like it's decent, doesn't it?
Andrew Yarber, thank you for the entry to the Storm Ball giveaway. Do appreciate that. I have you for 2 entries. Again, do apologize for any hiccups in the internet. It's been kind of in and out for us over the last 45 minutes or so. So if the stream does briefly cut, that is why, but it seems to come back fairly quickly each time. So the internet was going really good all day until this last about half an hour or so. If you see the feed skipping around a little bit, I do apologize for that. As always, at the mercy of the internet service provider to do what we do here. If this does continue, we might have to try to drop our stream quality down just a hair. Hopefully things clear up. Thank you for that, Melanie.
Which pair do you want to set up for Stepladder?
All right, starting off game 8 here. Do believe everything with the feed has stabilized. A few things were cutting out on me, but I think we're okay now. As you can see, the players, especially those on the right, are playing pretty far to the left, late in the block. And again, our championship match and Stepladder Finals will be happening on 11 and 12, the left of our featured pairs. Now that it seems the internet has kind of stabilized, we can look. It looks like Tatum Lee took the lead after game 7. He is now at 17-43. I did not quite catch the rest of the names before the scores flipped over, but we're going to wait for it to get back to the top 10, and we will read those off after game 7. Yes, Matt Miller, lane 12 has been a pain, a thorn in the side of every bowler that has bowled on this pair. It's going to be a very interesting Stepladder final. All right, just waiting for our scores to cycle around on the score sheet behind us, and then we'll read off our top 10 after 7. Couple more pages to go, and then we'll have that scoring update. All right, top 10 after 7. Tatum Lee, Clayton Moore, Wade Scott bumps into the show with Taylor Wallstrom in 4th, Dawson Unrath in 5th, Doug Wagner in 6th, Israel Potter in 7th, Peyton Sumners in 8th, Jack Volstrom in 9th, and Matt Smallin in 10th. That is your top 10 after game number 7. And this is about the time in the tournament where players start to maybe go up to the lane a little bit slower, take their time a little bit more, a little more deliberate. Things start to tighten up near the top of the leaderboard. Again, our top 5 will advance to the Stepladder Finals. Something definitely wrong with lane 12. Yeah, that's... I would agree. Lane 12 has been on fire all afternoon. Yes, Darren does make it look easy on that lane. If anyone would know the characteristics of the lanes here, that would be one of the first guys I would talk to. And as you can see, Joel does not mind lane 11, but remains puzzled on lane 12, as he is yet to get more than 8 on the first ball on that lane. Everything just stops and hooks at about 40 feet. There's a very definitive dry spot right at about the first rangefinder down lane. And good to see our internet has stabilized, so everything seems to be working well. So we don't have to worry about that at the time being. First look at Clayton Reed, winner of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout last January. I could about imagine he will be in Minot in a couple months to defend his title. I think this is a big shot here for my doubles partner, Matt Smallin, on lane 12 to find a way to catch a double on this pair. And considering where he is in the standings, this is a big shot. And that's the risk you take. He tried to go left to go around the very specific dry spot at about 40 feet. And then the challenge is to get your ball to read and go through the pins the right way. And he chose to go left of that spot, and the ball just did not quite get into the roll and go through the pins the right way for a soft 10. Solid on the spare, though. Well, let's see what Joel can do here now, too. Chris Massey, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate you. Things are going well here at Sunset Lanes. We've been on the air since shortly before 1 o'clock this afternoon. One more game before our Stepladder Finals. And Joel with the rare double And naturally, after Joel finally gets one on 12, that's when he finally misses on 11. That is bowling in a nutshell right there, folks. Chris Massey asking for scoring updates. If you go to the Sunset Lanes Facebook page, I think they have them posted through Game 6. Maybe they posted the Game 7 update, I'm not sure. But they have been posting full score sheets there. And no, they are not trying to buy me drinks, if you hear that. They are trying to buy the proprietor Darren drinks. Not sure how much of that you guys picked up on the microphone, but people are here having fun at Sunset Lanes, spectators included. Heard everything, yes. Nikki does talk loud, but that's okay. As long as people are having a good time, it's fine. So we are nearing the 10th frame of Game 8. And then we get into our 9th and final game before we head on into the Stepladder Finals. Chris, yes, everyone is left. They hooked a little bit in the middle to start since it's a 44-foot pattern. Again, the rule of 31, I guess. Your break point should be around that 10 to 13 area, and that's where people did start. And I think the subsequent reaction to that is what you are seeing. A lot of the righties are very far left, and from what I've seen, that has really gotten over to where the lefties are. Joel looking to save a 205 here. Well, let's look around the house at some scores. Not seeing any huge scores anyways. We got Dylan Ruby over here with a 6-bagger, 9 spare entering the 8th. Travis Herzrud, 3-bagger. He's got 99 in the 5th, so 249 left. And he's got 2 frames to go. 230 for Jack Folstrom, I believe that is. And he is finished with that game. Rock says you like watching Josh Link loft the cap. It is a thing of beauty. Yes, I would agree. Josh Link is a phenomenal bowler and a great guy. Darren Sundstrom doing his to sneak into that final spot on the Stepladder Final. Entering, let's see, where was he? After game 6, Darren was -8, so he definitely has a long ways to go if he wants to get to the top 5 this season, but putting up a pretty good effort here late in the block. Throwing the Zen from fallback to 258, so nice game there. And again, big thank you to him and the entire ownership here at Sunset Lanes for always taking care of us and supporting us here at NDBowlTV. And an unfortunate wrap 10 there for Matt on lane 12. That'll make his max 204 with a strike here. Threw it to the dry and just kind of squirts through that spot, never sees it. So 202 for Matt. He's going to need a big one in the 9th and final game to secure a spot in the Stepladder Final. Again, I do apologize for any hiccups in the quality of the stream, as the internet has kind of had some in and out issues here this afternoon. And if you're just joining us, we will raffle off a Storm Roto 900 Global Ball of Choice. Later on this afternoon, we have a wheel of names, and you can get your name on the wheel for every $5 donation to NDBowlTV. We currently have 41 entries, and you can make that donation via Super Chat in the YouTube player, or if you look in the description below of this video, you will find our Venmo handle as well as a link to a PayPal donation page. Again, big thank you to everyone who has entered so far, and we will spin for the winner right before the start of the championship match later on this evening. Stacy, thank you for that super chat. We appreciate that. We will add your name to the wheel of names. Let's move our graphic over to game number 9. This is where the temperature gets turned up a little bit here at the tournament, as a lot of these players have full understanding where they are on the top 10 standing sheet. Again, the top 5 will advance to the Stepladder Finals. I have not seen a official payout sheet, so I do not know how many spots they are paying. Is it that? All right, just like that, we have a payout sheet. They are paying 17 spots, and the top prize is $1,200. To make the show, $650 is 5th, $700 is 4th, $750 is 3rd, and $800 is 2nd. And then that $1,200 top prize, they're paying $235 for 17th, and then just increments up from there. So, which do you donate to, Brad? Either any of your choice to get your name on the list. If you have Venmo, we have our Venmo handle in the description below. There's a PayPal donation link in the description of the video, or a super chat here, such as the one Stacy has there. And then we'll add your name. If you add a $10 donation, your name will go on twice, so on and so forth. And again, all proceeds go to support us here at NDBowlTV. So I do appreciate everyone's entries. We will likely do another raffle at the Larry Craig Memorial 8-game marathon, so check us out that day. that is another long format show for us. 6 or so hours, so it'd be another good day to do a raffle. So if you're watching today, be sure to tune in January 4th. Rodney Holm, thank you for your entries. I got 2 entries for you. Do appreciate that. Nicole Hapley, thank you for your entries. Appreciate that. I have 2 entries for you. Rob, that's not funny. All right, final game here is about to start on 13 and 14. They're underway on 11 and 12. Our final game on to the right, Kenton Carnell, Clayton Reed, Matt Small, and Travis Hersrud. Clayton Moore and Jesse Sickler? Yes. Brad Nelson, there you go. Thank you for the entries. Appreciate that. All right, let's see what. All right, once these scores rotate through to the top 10, we will list off the top 10 following game 8. Actually, there's still a pair going, so as long as they finish their games, we will have the correct scores, because Peyton Sumners is about to throw. His name should auto-update, so give us 1 second. We will update the scores after game 8. All pairs are done with game 8. And again, I'm just reading the live scoring that they have on the monitor behind us here at Sunset Lanes. A couple more pages to go, and we will have our top 10. All right, top 10 after 8. Clayton Moore leading Tatum Lee by 7. Doug Wagner is within striking distance in 3rd. Taylor Wallstrom, only 18 pins behind Clayton Moore, is in 4th. Wade Scott 5th, Jack Folstrom 6th, Dawson Unrath 7th, Peyton Sumner's 8th, Matt Smallin 9th, and John Breckel 10th. That is your top 10 after game 8. I will watch and see where Joel is after game 8. According to the sheet back here, he's not in the top 20. He is in 30th at 86 over. So we have the tournament leader right here in front of us, Clayton Moore. A narrow lead over the likes of Tatum Lee. I know Taylor Wallstrom is in there in 4th, Wade Scott 5th. So for all you lefties out there, there is a lefty in the top 5 at the moment. Doug Wagner also bowling well. NDBowling.com major champion right here at Sunset Lanes. Where is Israel sitting after 8? Israel was in 11th. How old is Tatum? I believe Tatum is 14. Easily the youngest bowler in the field, I believe. And joining me in the booth, the original A-team, Mr. Ken Fletcher. Welcome back.
Feels like it's been a while, but I think it was only, what, August?
Yeah, at the Midwest Youth Championships. So
Yep, always good to be back in the booth with you, especially in my home center.
That's right, and you were working all day, so you hadn't been here for a good portion of the qualifying block early on, but you're here now, and we'll be able to call the action here in the Stepladder Finals soon.
Yep, I've been watching the last couple games, just kind of getting a glimpse of where everyone's at, and scores are pretty high. I'm guessing you've probably already gone through them so far.
The top 10, yes, but we do have a sheet, a Game 8 sheet, so if there's anyone out there that you guys want to know where they're standing, we are going to add our scores on as we see them to try to determine our top 5, perhaps before they announce them. We can watch the scores behind us as well as those update simultaneously as a bowler finishes.
Yeah, and they update pretty quick, so it shouldn't be too much problem, but
Again, this is our 9th and final game of qualifying. We will start the Stepladder Finals immediately following this game on 11 and 12. Chris Massey wants to know where Thomas, Josh Craig, and Blake are.
Coincidentally enough, Thomas and Josh Craig are separated by 6 pins in 12th and 13th. And Blake, you said, is that the other one?
I think you have to turn the page around to find Blake.
Let's just say Blake's not having a good day.
Yeah, Blake started out okay. He was 30 over after 2, and then he kind of lost his look. Josh Craig is the pair to the right. He's got double 9 spare up on the board to start. He needs a pretty big game to give himself a chance at the show.
Yeah, kind of on the edge of having even a remotely realistic chance. I mean, you pretty much have to go off the sheet for Josh. I mean, 279 or nothing, and even then, probably not getting it done. Unfortunately, just too far back at this point.
And Thomas is the immediate pair to our left. So those two players drew the starting pairs that completely avoided us here on NDBowlTV.
Yeah, Thomas, same thing, 268 on the board, and I mean, running that out all the way is still probably not enough.
Again, these lanes are getting pretty beat up, as does most patterns here at Sunset Lanes. As we talked about earlier, it's a topography thing, it's a lane surface thing. It's just how patterns break down here in Sunset Lanes. And then, of course, this pattern isn't exactly the heaviest of volume at 26 mils, but at 44 feet, it has held up fairly decent.
I mean, I will say it's a nice change of pace to see a little bit of hook out there.
Yep.
You know, I'll say from our point of view, it's too often you see that giant flood of oil, and you know, a couple lower of guys that are sitting here in the booth struggle sometimes on that.
Right.
So,
like, I would love to bowl on this, to be honest with you, because I call it playing in the dirt.
oh yes, I was talking to Dawson Unrested when I walked in, and just seeing a few shots right away, it's like, oh, this would be right up my alley, that's for sure.
Chris Massey, thank you for that entry into our Storm Ball giveaway. Ken, you don't know what's going on here.
I don't. I saw you had the wheel up a little bit ago,
Yes.
but
This is our wheel of names, and we are raffling off a Storm Roto 900 Global Ball of Choice. And to enter, all it takes is a $5 donation to NDBowlTV. For every $5, you get your name on the wheel of names.
Nice.
And then prior to our championship match tonight, we will spin the wheel, and the winner will receive a Storm Roto or 900 Global High Performance Ball of Choice.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And to enter, if you look in the description below on this video, you can see our Venmo handle, a link to our PayPal donation page, or you can send a super chat here on YouTube.
Nice.
So again, big thank you to everyone who has entered. A much better response than I was expecting, so that's really awesome.
Yeah, that was quite a few names you had on there, that's for sure.
So like I said, we'll probably do it again at the Larry Craig Memorial 8-game marathon January 4th. As that, again, that is a long format show for us, another 6-hour show, 7-hour show. And you can definitely tell the temperature is rising amongst all the players here.
Jack Fulstrom with a big double right there.
As he was the 5th spot, wasn't he?
6 spots.
6th. He was the first guy out going into this game. So again, our top 5 going into Game 9. Clayton Moore, Tatum Lee, Doug Wagner, Taylor Wallstrom, and Wade Scott. That is your top 5 with a game to go.
And with how tight those scores were, nobody is safe right now.
Yeah, Wade's only 30 pins from the top seed in 5th. So.
Yep, Jack right in front of us, maybe a smidge bit late for it, but 50 pins from the top seed in the 6th spot.
Crazy. Yeah, the scores got pretty tight there the last couple games.
Yeah, and with a bit of a tough start, like Clayton's got to be holding on right here, so, Jack over to our left, if he could punch out for 240, that's a big game right now that could easily vault him in with the way scores are looking. It's hard to know where everyone's at because I think most of our top 5 are on the ends right now.
Correct.
I can see Wade down on 3 and 4, but tough to see scores. Did see him throw a strike, so that's
good to see Wade bowling well. I know he's had a couple rough years by his standards, so it's nice to see him up there and in the hunt for the show. And when you look right here in front of us, the tournament leader, probably not the start he was thinking, but has a chance to throw a double up on the board and kind of right the ship a little bit.
There's that big 3-bagger from Jack to give himself 240 potentially. Yeah, probably just as big a shot right here for Clayton.
Jack Fulstrom's that guy that he could not bowl for like 3 years and show up here at Sunset Lanes and compete all the time. He's done it more than once.
Yeah, you think he's not doing anything, and then all of a sudden there he is right at top of leaderboard. I mean, it's one of those like just almost like a natural talent that just doesn't go away.
And his game is so simple. You know, there's minimal moving parts. When you watch his backswing, there's not much there. And he can repeat. And then his ball roll is one that he can almost overpower a lot of harder patterns with the speed and revs that he has. And I think that's just what makes him so successful without bowling as much as he used to.
Yeah.
Yes, Matt, there is a country sighting here. He is bowling on the pair to the right. I don't think he's been bowling the best today, but big shout out to Country. He is also a big-time supporter of NDBowlTV, and we do appreciate everything he does for us.
Yeah, Country was kind of hovering around even, and then game 8 was not very good. Let's just say that.
Yeah, maybe his knee's getting to him, perhaps.
Yeah, it's very possible, but yeah, one of those two. The way this pattern is breaking apart, a little tough for Country, who's not the highest on ball speed with his rev rate. Kicking out over Wade Scott. Looks like he's going for a 3-bagger right here.
That rips rack. Wade's got it going on down there.
Yeah, can't tell exactly what he's at. It looks like it's either 70 or 80 through 5, but on a 3-bagger, so it should help his cause.
Again, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and share our stream on social media, as we are about to head on into the most exciting part of our show, the Stepladder Finals, where we will crown a champion of the 2025 North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles. Clayton Moore, the big 3-bagger. He
With
needed
the
that
Clayton
one.
reaction to match. Oh, Jack didn't see the shot as Clayton was going, left a 10-pin, and that's going to be...
It's a big 10-pin there.
Yeah, because, I mean, Wade at this point needs to shoot 200 to stay ahead, and while it's close, that 3-bagger would have gone, or that finishing that off with the 6-bagger for Jack would have
Yeah, and he knows it too. Like, that's what I said earlier. These guys know numbers in their head. They know exactly what they need. So 219 possible for Jack with a strike here. Keeping an eye on Wade down on 3 and 4.
Nope, does get the 5-pin trip.
So 219. Again, everyone's pretty close, so a lot of things can happen here. Josh Craig still has 279 possible with 3 frames to go.
Wade with another one. That's 4 going into the 10th.
I'd like to talk to Wade to see kind of what how he attacked these different from all the other lefties, you know? Because we thought with all the righties getting so far left that they would be kind of towards the lefty laydown area and causing problems with the early hook, but I'd like to see what Wade did to give him such a decent look.
Yeah, that'd be very, very intriguing because, I mean, there's not a lot of lefties here, but, you know, if Wade's bowling well, but Blake's not bowling well, like, one of those that speaks to he's doing something different.
Sunset Lanes 10 minutes ago posted the Game 8 scoring update, so if you want to go to their Facebook page and check that out, the complete standings are there through 8.
It's close. That was pretty good from Clayton.
Big four-bagger there.
I hope you're getting this on camera. Like, this is stupid.
Looking over to our left and realized that Doug Wagner was right there, and he's having a bit of a rough go.
Rough game there.
He's got 191, and he needs all of that to stay ahead of Jack.
He's got to get the spare first. So if he strikes out, does he stay ahead of Jack for sure?
So 191 gives Doug by 7 pins.
Okay, so double and...
So double and 4. I think that's my math. Is that right?
Double and 4 would be 87. No. Double and 4 would be 85.
85 would be 78, so that would be 1 pin.
Okay, so Doug needs double and 5 to stay ahead of Jack. John Breckel with a good 224. That should kind of keep him in the top 10. Because Matt's having a rough game in front of us here. I think Matt knows that he needed a pretty decent game to get there and just unable to string strikes.
Yeah, that 4-9 pretty much shut the door on it, and now nothing's going right. Joel Galley with another solid 220, and just, one of those guys that never could get enough going.
Right, he had a lot of good games around 180 to 210, but could never get the big games and string them together to get pins. So a valiant effort for our defending champion, but he's going to come up a little short this year. All right, Clayton Moore, a tournament leader, frame 8, working on a 4-bagger. A lot at stake here. Tatum Lee he's got to be on one of the end pairs.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where he is, but I haven't seen him yet this game. Oh, big grab 10 from Clayton. That hurts a little bit, but getting that 4-bagger to at least get him back up to a 2-teen is massive right now.
Wade Scott, is that a split in the 10th?
I
Yes.
think so, and it looks like a big one.
So,
and Jack just came over here high-fiving, I think, Jay Leary, and I think
he's going to look at Wade's score.
I think they're doing the math, and they kind of know where it's at. I can't see Wade, so I have no idea what he shot, but it'll update behind us here.
Yeah. So unfortunately for Wade Scott opens a 10th. That might cost him a spot in the show. Is Mike Green still in the running? Mike Green.
He's in 17th. He's 100 out of the show, so.
Correct. He had a pretty good look for a good portion of the day. I think towards the end of the day he started to fade is what it was.
I mean, he didn't shoot he had a 184 game 3, and his lowest game after that was 212.
I suppose.
Mike had a solid day, just
Product of the environment when you got to
Yeah.
have a lot of pins out there.
yeah. I mean, when you've got guys like Wade shooting 260, 270, 240, and just gaining all those pins.
Definitely a shootout here today at Sunset Lanes, but that's kind of what we were expecting with the 6-to-1 ratio.
Coming around on the top of the leaderboard here in a sec. So Wade stay ahead of Jack by 4.
So Wade's got Jack by 4. So now it comes down to Doug Wagner. Doug's going to be up here after Mike Morris on 7 and 8. So we'll see if Doug can stay ahead of Jack. Otherwise, Jack could sneak in, depending on what Dawson Unrath and company behind him does.
Yeah, Peyton didn't look like he was having a great game.
Yeah,
Peyton
opened the 7th or the 6th with a single pin miss. So
That's probably putting him out then.
all right, Doug Wagner up now. First shot in the 10th. He needs double and 4 to stay ahead of Jack Volstrom.
Well, and now that Wade Scott is even
Got one.
bigger, so he needs double and 8, excuse me, to stay ahead of Wade.
Okay, so Wade could jump a spot here. So a lot at stake on this next shot. Doug did get that first strike. So now up for the second shot in the 10th. You'll be able to see it over on, what is he on, 7?
He is on 7, yes.
Okay, so the next shot you see go down, would it be 2 left of the blue lights there you see on your screen? That would be Doug Wagner's second ball in the 10th. He's got to have it. Likes it.
And dead flush.
Wonder if he knows it.
I think he did by that reaction. It was a little subdued, but I think he knows that was huge.
Okay, so now count does matter here. I mean,
Yeah.
if it comes down to the 4 or 5, it's just lane choice, but it could mean a 3 because we don't know what's going on with Taylor. I don't know what Taylor did.
Yeah, I think Taylor's on the high end.
He's right there with Peyton. Taylor's got 129 in the 6 with a double up, so he's in good shape.
And you know what? With the double up, the way it's going, that could be for top seed. And Doug with the 8 count.
Does that tie Wade?
I think that's one above him, if I'm not mistaken. That was 189. 189 is 1 pin ahead of Wade.
Okay. Clayton Moore right ahead of us. We don't know what Tatum Lee is at, if he is finished yet.
Tatum's not finished.
Okay, Tatum's down on 1 and 2. And he is the middle name on the left.
I cannot tell from right here.
I believe he's got an open in the 9th,
I think
is
you're,
what I see.
I think you're right, and I think I see a lot of numbers there, which tells me there's not a lot of strikes.
So stay tuned for that. Clayton's going to end up in the 200s here, so he's okay. Taylor looks like he's got the best shot at doing something here and claiming the top seed for the second year in a row.
And I mean, he's only 18 behind Clayton, so.
No, Taylor didn't get the top seed. Was Joel the top seed last year? I know he beat Taylor, but I can't remember kind of how that shook out.
Like, I don't remember 100%, but I think Joel was.
Yes, Joel was a top seed. Joel, I think it was Ryan Selk and Taylor were top 3 throughout the day. So big shot here for Taylor. I don't know if he knows it. He's got to have an idea, but.
Oh, and you know who is bowling with them as well? Dawson just finished with 224.
Okay, so right, Dawson down for 224.
That 224 puts 4 people within 5 pins.
Wow.
And that puts him 1 pin ahead of Jack.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So as it sits right now, Doug at 2082, Wade at 2081, Jack at 2077, Dawson at 2078.
So it's confirmed Jack's out of the show because Taylor and
I would say it's more than likely, but I don't
Clayton
think
are going to
it's
stay ahead.
Like,
Yeah, Clayton's already got enough pins.
Clayton at 181 does give him enough to be ahead of Jack, so that's enough. But Taylor's spared, it looks like, so he's in the 180s, which would be ahead of Jack. So Jack looks like he's going to be out. But
Crazy.
talk about skin of your teeth. So Taylor on looks like a 7 spare, so that's 176. So he's got 226 left. If I'm seeing scores right over there.
So we're kind of thinking a Dawson Unrath, Wade Scott first match with Doug Wagner in the 30 spot.
Depending on Tatum. I
I
mean,
suppose, yeah, Tatum.
it's
220. Okay, so
220
220 confirmed for Tatum Lee.
so that's that puts him in good spot. That means that Clayton basically needs the mark. If it's a 9-0 from Clayton, that keeps him ahead of Tatum. No, I don't. That's not right. Because I did my math wrong.
Come on, Ken, you're the numbers guy.
I know. I didn't put the 2 there, so. No, so Clayton needs a double to stay ahead of Tatum.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For the number 1 seed. So Clayton needs to double.
Yeah, because if Taylor doesn't have enough to get him, and that's left.
And so is it confirmed our number 1 seed is Tatum Lee?
I believe so, based off of my math, what I see.
Okay.
If Taylor only has 226, that is 5 pins short of Tatum. Clayton only has 210, which is 3 pins short of Tatum.
Okay, and so then we know our first match is going to be Wade Scott and Dawson Unrath.
Doug, Wade, Dawson, Jack.
No, it can't be, because who fell out of the top 5 if Dawson went in? Dawson's going to finish 6th.
Dawson is going to finish 6th, and our top 5 is not 100% yet.
We're thinking Wagner and Wade in the first match.
I believe that's what it's going to end up.
So Dawson is going to finish 6th, and Jack Folstrom 7th.
Although, I mean, I'm not going to say what I'm thinking.
Okay, so that strike gives Clayton Moore 210.
And
He
210
cements as the number 2, correct?
Yeah. There's some funny math going on here between what Tatum told us and what behind us shows.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's only a couple pins. That doesn't make a difference.
Okay, so maybe he was just generalizing the 220 as maybe a 220 something else.
Yeah, because it showed 225, it showed him at 21.25, which would be 224. But again, those 4 pins are not going to make a difference with Clayton shooting 210. That puts him at 21.18. So either way, he's still behind him.
And we're thinking, what does Taylor need because he's up now?
So,
and he struck, so that puts him in the 2 teens.
So he cannot catch Clayton.
But he's already ahead of Doug in them?
Yep, so
okay.
Taylor looks like he's going to be our 3, and then it'll be Doug and Wade in the first match.
And Wagner is our 4 seed.
Doug is 4 seed, Wade is 5.
That is unofficial, but our first match, Wade Scott against Doug Wagner. Again, unofficially.
Yep, Clayton confirmed at 21.18, which is 7 short of Tatum. Doug and Wade the pin apart with Dawson and Jack a few pins behind. And then Taylor, who isn't finished yet, will jump up into the 3 then. Yeah. So yeah, 220. I think it's 225. So
Yep.
3 pins from Clayton.
All right, so let's go to our bracket unofficially. Wade Scott is the 5. We believe Doug Wagner is the 4. Let's fit Taylor's name in here, as my graphic is too big. All right, Taylor Wallstrom, the 3. We believe Clayton Moore is the 2. And then our number 1 seed, the youngest bowler in the field, Tatum Lee. So what do you think?
This is going to be an interesting final, let's say that. I think it's one of those, if Wade can get lined up, he's going to be a handful because, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know 100%. They don't re-oil, do they?
I don't think so.
Okay. If they do not re-oil, I think that could be a huge advantage for Wade.
I agree, especially the way this pair looked, because lane 12 has been, and you can ask anyone in the chat, it's been horrendous today.
And, I mean, that's typically the case that one of the two is always bad. I don't know if I'd say bad, but tougher than the other one. Yep, confirmed by the scoring behind us is exactly that order.
Okay, so our Stepladder Finals will begin shortly. I'm going to move a camera, kind of get set up here, get our scores up put together, and we will be underway momentarily, so please stand by.
All right, everybody, we have the top 5. 5th place with a 2081 is Wade Scott. Facing 4th place, Doug Wagner with a 2082. I think it's 11 and 12. 3rd place with a 2115, Taylor Wallstrom. 2nd place with a 2118, Clayton Moore. Top seed with a 2125 is Tatum Lee. Good morning today, everybody. A lot of fun. Bracket money will be coming out here in about 20 minutes. Just got some time to put everything together. So hang tight, watch the step ladder here, and pictures open.
And thank you for that entry, Jeff. We got you on the Wheel of Names. Currently 51 entries, so thank you guys so much. We will do the drawing for the Storm High Performance Bowling Ball prior to the championship match. So stick around. And we're going to move quickly here because it is going late. So we are going to do a little bit different kind of a camera because everyone wants to move since it is already a late night, and understandably so.
All right, and the practice pair will be 7 and 8.
Okay, so they'll get 2 shots on each lane.
Well, let's just say this could be interesting on lane 12 if it's doing what that just showed from one shot by Doug.
Brad, we will not be live streaming the doubles tomorrow. Since I am bowling that tournament, we are not live streaming. But if you tune in to Sunset Lanes on Facebook and NDBowling.com on Facebook, there will be updates there at some point.
Two shots from Doug in the right lane, and I see the ball hooking at about 25 feet. Both times right in the middle lane, so that could be a problem.
And as we've said, lane 12 has been doing that all day. There was a point when Matt was on this pair and he got left of it, but then it was about getting the ball to stand up and go through the pins the right way and take the 10 out. So I think if any of the righties can figure that out, I don't know if Doug's bowled on. He hasn't bowled on this pair all day. So the only learning he's going to get is these 2 shots on that lane. So big disadvantage for him.
I think if he's smart, he... Yeah, so I think based off what I see, Doug's made the right choice because I don't know if the left lane's better or not, but it's not hooking in the mid quite like 12 from what I gathered. So we'll see, but I think Wade's got the big advantage just based off of what practice looked like and how the right side is breaking down.
All right, quickly at it here, Wade Scott is going to kick us off on lane 11.
Trips out the split, so fortunate start there. Oh. I think that caught him a little by surprise there, but good spare to start for Wade.
All right, a match between a couple NDBowling.com major champions. Doug won here at the Classic a few years ago. Wade, a winner up in Manitoba. In one of the more dominating tournaments that I've seen in recent history from a single person, as he led qualifying by a lot and then was the #1 seed in the Stepladder Finals up there.
Yeah, just see it picking up in the mid lane and just enough where it will not get to the right. Careful. Okay. Good spare.
Ooh, wrap 10.
Yeah. And he gets that one to push down lane, but push too far down lane. But so far, at least a couple relatively easy spares, and see what you can find. All right.
And a deadwood.
Seen that happen a few times on that lane today, so.
Yep. I always say it. This is the one place I've picked up the 710.
Yeah.
Things do like to fly here.
Yeah. They go pretty nuts, and it's fun to watch sometimes, but it can get a little annoying when you have to do that every other frame. Nice shot from Wade there.
Again, please consider subscribing if you haven't already. We do appreciate all the new subscribers today. And share the stream on social media. We are heading into our nightcap here, the Stepladder Finals. Wade Scott, frame 3. Looks a little perplexed on that one.
Yeah, 2 shots in a row that jumped up on him. Good spare again, so far staying clean, that's good.
James Martinez says Wade runs the table on the left side. Well, what do you guys think? Let us know in the chat who you think's going to win the Stepladder Finals.
Looked looked like it might have been a bit of a left move, and it's same thing again, just that little bit early in the lane and jumps up. Tough break with a 4-9.
Have seen a lot of those today.
Looking at it a little. Oh,
Ooh, almost came out of the back. All right, Wagner, frame 4. Looking to bounce back after a 4-9. Pretty good.
yep. I mean, really, that's 3 good shots in a row, just a couple tough breaks. The 10-pin and a 4-9, so see if Wade can take advantage, though. Seems to like lane 12. See what he can find on 11. Wade talking to himself like Wade does, but yet another shot through the nose on 11.
Careful. Okay. All right, so stay clean, fill frames. It looks like Wade's problem lane is 11, which is completely different from the righties.
Wade comes back. I like that lane. Yep.
See, and that's where I think it's a topography thing, because I feel like it lays off for him on 12, where the righties it hooks too much, you know? All right, last time up, Wagner did 4-9 on this lane. Hooks, you see it set up at like 35 feet.
Every time. Every time he's throwing a shot on that lane, it does that.
Doug, welcome to lane 12.
I mean, if there's one guy who could overpower and get through that, it is Doug.
That's how he won a classic on this pair a few years ago. The
Yep.
scores were super low. The pattern broke down into something extremely ugly, and I think he ran the ladder, didn't he?
He won a couple matches that day for sure. Spare. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a case of, can he get the ball out on the lane a little further? You don't want to lose that speed that he's got, but can he get it out there and just delay that enough to push far enough down lane to hit the pocket?
Yeah, and really, if Doug can't double, all Wade needs to do is fill frames with that open up there, so. Interesting match for sure. Wade's the only lefty on the show. Wow. Oh, no.
There's the
But when you play there, I think that's a risky take for everyone.
yeah, and the speed Doug gets, like if he doesn't quite catch it too, it's 55 feet down the lane and
Yep.
like that.
Guys like me can do that playing right.
Well, you know what? This is makeable for him right here.
Correct. He throws it hard. Okay. Well, the writing's on the wall for Wade Scott. It's a matter of filling frames now. Your opponent's got 2 opens up there. You're in command of the match. With 1 lane that ugly for the righties, the task is right in front of you here, Wade. Just fill frames. And
That
you
right
can,
on cue, that is
yeah,
a 4 count.
You can blame that one on me. Send all hate mail to Ken Fletcher.
Hey now.
Wade, if you watch this back someday, that's my fault.
And that's a
And
4-2.
4-2 for Wade Scott.
And this match just flipped on its head. Wade still has the advantage, but what he thought was his good lane now gonna give him second thoughts.
My apologies, Wade. I know you're going to watch this back someday. That's on me. The booth jinx is real, folks. All right, bounce back frame for Wade Scott, frame 7. On what he calls his bad lane. He gives it room that time and swishes it out.
All right, well.
And a ball change for Doug Wagner. At least he's bringing it over to the pair. Was that an exotic gem?
That was an exotic gem.
Okay.
I don't know that it's what he's going to throw yet, but I think he's trying to think about that, and doesn't look like he is, but
Perhaps on the left lane
yeah, that could be.
after the 8-10.
Something that maybe just gets a little more kick on the corner for him.
All right, opportunity here for Wagner. Oh, no.
Same thing. Same exact shot as the other one. That one looked like he got it like quicker down the lane, and it stood up at 30 feet. And
But how insane is that? You go from 4-9, 4-9, and go to the other lane in 8-10.
it's the and there he got it this time. we talked about it already, and there it happens. That's a huge split conversion. Well, like you said, here's the ball change in the left lane, so let's see what that's going to look like.
Going to a Roto Grip exotic gem. Looks like it has perhaps a little bit of polish on it. Get it to store its energy a little further down. Perhaps it could just be lane shined. Oh,
And just it
pretty good
goes-
shot.
That one just went 60 feet.
You know, it seems like every show we call here at Sunset Lanes, the lanes kind of break down into that sort of, you got to play fallback, but the mids are so wishy-washy that it turns into a who can hit the pocket the most.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to leave?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a classic Sunset game during a stepladder. I mean,
Yep.
whether it's a 2-1 or a 2.5-1 like the classic usually is, or 6-1 like today.
It still broke down into
It-
this.
It turned into exactly that. So, ooh, that's wide from Wade.
But it was slower.
Oh,
He threw that slower, and that one hooked up nice.
yep. Yeah, that was about a quarter mile per hour less than a couple of them. So, big strike there from Wade. Can he get one more on lane 11 to, can't say lock up the match, but put him in a really good spot? Slow and wide and trips the six. Wow.
You know, we shouldn't be biased here in the booth, and nothing against Doug Wagner, but I always bowl with Wade. He's from Minot. Got to cheer for Wade.
You've seen Wade bowl up close for how many years?
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen Doug bowl up close for how many years too, but when you, like you said, you literally bowl in the same league as Wade.
Correct. They're both good guys, don't get me wrong.
They are, and Doug with the ball switch on the right lane, and the same thing kind of happened, but it rolled out enough to.
It went through the pins a little more direct on that lane, which I think was nice for him. All right, so what's the situation here, Ken?
Well, Doug needs all three to force a mark. I mean, it's plain and simple. The count is not too much of an issue at the moment either way, so all three means Wade needs some kind of decent mark.
Okay. Remember last time on this lane after the ball change, wrap 10.
It's pretty close. Can he kick that one? He does.
Snap the 10 out. And I will say, I don't know how much time we're going to have following the championship match to do an interview and kind of tear down our set here, as the local establishment is already filling up for people for Global. So we might have to kind of expedite our process at the end, but we'll see.
Big shot here. It's a little right. And it
Oh.
just doesn't hit.
Doesn't take the 10. So 181 possible here for Doug with the spare.
Yeah, that's pretty much all she wrote. Wade's going to need pins.
Just pins on the first ball.
Yep. I mean, you look at Doug's game, and he's going to shoot 181 with the spare here, and you'd think he didn't have a good game here, but he threw a lot better game than he scored.
He did. He didn't deserve the 249s, and the 810 was ridiculous.
On top of 2 wrap 10s and a weak 10 right there. So, like, he was in the pocket all but a couple shots, just they didn't fall. And that's bowling.
Yep.
Unfortunately. So, Wade.
Yeah, that's it. So Wade will move on for 5th place. Doug will take home $650. So a good tournament for him, and he'll be likely back tomorrow for the doubles. I do believe he is bowling with Jared Schmidt, if I remember correctly, on the sign-up sheet. So,
Okay. Yeah, and, you know, like we've talked about, can Wade get lined up enough to shoot some scores? Because if he can, he's going to be hard to handle for the righties with the way this pair looks. And with Taylor coming in here, they have, you know, very different games, but also kind of similar in a way. So probably going to be right where Doug was on the lane over on the practice pair. He looks like he's thereabouts. So see what this looks like for Taylor in the next game, and Wade can continue what he's doing.
all right, let's update our bracket. Wade Scott advances to take on another fellow Minot bowler in Taylor Wallstrom. Clayton Moore is the number 2 and the youngest bowler in the field. Tatum Lee, also from Minot, is your #1 seed. Incoming bowler will get 2 shots on each lane, so Taylor will take those, and we'll be underway with our quarterfinal match. You know, I recall having a conversation with you and somebody else in Alex this summer, and I asked, Tatum Lee is so talented. When is this kid going to start mowing over people in adults? I didn't think it would be in 3 months.
Yeah.
But here he is, the youngest player in the field, all the accolades from junior gold. He's made the finals, done so many things at such a young age, and here he is. Could add a state scratch title, an adult state scratch title to his resume. And I'm not sure how old he is, but 14, 15 at the most. Insane.
Yeah. Think of where most of us were at that age. And, yeah, not there.
I feel like kids these days have such a big advantage being able to bowl these tournaments against the adults, because I wish you and I had that back in the day.
Yeah, I agree. Not saying we would have done anything, but you know what? The opportunity, like, there's a saying in there, opportunity breeds success or something like that, right? You know, and get the chance to bowl against the best bowlers in the state or in this area, and yeah, it's amazing what somebody with that kind of talent can do. And
All right, so what do you expect here out of Taylor out of those practice shots?
well, it looks like he's trying to be a little further left. Like, it looks like he's got a better look on 12 than Doug did. The ball, you could see it setting up, but I think Taylor's also trying to get it a little bit further right.
Throw it to the friction to kind of get the ball to read.
Yeah, and like that last one he threw looked really good. And if he can continue that, like, he could be handful for Wade, but you know, Wade looked pretty solid that first match outside of really one shot.
All right, Taylor's going to kick us off. And shaker 7.
And that could be the only issue he's going to run into, is getting it down the lane like he is. On that lane especially, is just going to push too much, and then you hit that weak swisher zone. And you got to make your spares too.
I can't talk.
Yeah.
If anybody watched NDBowlTV 2 weeks ago, you know what I'm talking about.
It's not like they were your only 2 single pin misses of the day, except they were.
You weren't supposed to say that part.
I'm sorry, I had to.
All right, Wade Scott looking to keep the momentum going.
All right, good start.
Let us know in the chat room who you think is going to win this match. Taylor Wallstrom, the righty, or the lone lefty in our Stepladder Finals, Wade Scott.
Yeah, there's that little spot where he doesn't get it wide, but he keeps it soft, and that's how he left those 2-4-7s last game. So
it's funny how that lane for the lefties is almost the exact same problem the righties are having on the right lane.
Yeah, kind of. Nope. Gave it a run, but still an open, so one open apiece so far. Let's see what Taylor's got on lane 12, if it looked as good as those couple practice shots.
Right, yeah. Swisher zone's good. Again, Taylor's out of Minot. Good friend of ours. Although he wasn't too happy with me 2 weeks ago. So my apologies to Taylor, as I had a few Brooklyns against him in our opening match in the bracket. But on something that hard, in my defense, on something that hard, it's pretty easy to throw Brooklyns.
That's one of those where if it gets that point, why wouldn't you just play for it too?
All right, Wallstrom, frame 3, working on a strike.
Soft enough that one turned up, so nice shot there.
Again, Taylor's continuing his success at this tournament. He was in the championship match last season, where he lost to Joel Galley at Midway Lanes. So looking to run it back and maybe claim a state scratch title this year.
Just a little weak, but right there, so.
And Rock in the chat says he chose to finish on 12. He did. But his shots in the practice actually look pretty good on that lane. So perhaps he has the right formula for what lane 12 is given the righties.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, and in terms of ball speed and rev rate, Doug and Taylor, I'd say, are probably on pretty equal playing field on both. But got to be something about the ball roll where Taylor's just able to get it down lane, but also get it to finish the right way. It's that same area. I was like, that one sits there.
Yeah, and Wade and Taylor actually bowl league together on the same team up in Minot on Tuesday nights. Ken Cummings, thank you for tuning in. Yes, they call us the A team, and we are back for a late night Stepladder Finals here at Sunset Lanes. Wallstrom now frame 4, working on a double. With a kid scream in the background, but
So
now, I don't know if you guys caught that on the stream, but we've got open bowlers kind of all the way up to, what, 17 now?
yeah, they're up to 8. They're on 18, so they're creeping in, and not that a little ambient noise is bad for bowling.
But the sudden loud,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, the little urge that happened right there. So, well, I mean, fortunate or maybe unfortunate, depending on how you look at it, for that little Swisher 4, but
He still threw a pretty good shot, if you ask me.
yep, yeah, no, very much, and it's a spare nonetheless, and we've got a tight match.
Big thank you to everyone tuning in tonight, and smash that thumbs up button if you would be so kind. And please consider subscribing if you haven't already. Wallstrom up now, frame 5. Ooh, it touched the 10.
Yeah, that looked like he was soft enough at release that it would get there, but not quite. But, I mean, that's 5 pocket hits in a row for Taylor, and, could easily have 5 strikes, but spare here, and it's anybody's match still.
Again, winner will take on Clayton Moore in our semifinal match. Tatum Lee is your #1 seed, waiting in the title match. I gotta say, pretty good showing for the Minot contingent here.
3 in the top 5. Yep, I'd say they're showing their worth today. That's for sure. Big shot from Wade. Looks like he.
That hooked early.
Yeah, that looked like a jump in.
Was it?
From my point of view, I think it was. I mean, it was only a quick glimpse of it, but a jump in with where all the righties were, probably not the right move for Wade, because you're just getting on more and more of their burn on the heads, and that's what's going to happen.
Even that hooked a little bit on him.
Yeah, kind of gave it the okay.
The wry smile out of Wade on the way back because he didn't even think it was going to hook that much.
Well, let's see what Wade can do. See what he's got on 11, coming off a strike last time. That was pretty good.
Oh, nice shot there for Wade Scott. And I will say Wade is probably one of the fastest bowlers that I know. So it helps keep our matches and our show going quickly this evening. As you can tell, the players want to finish up for the night. But Wallstrom frame 6. Thought that was a move left. Seemed like he laid that down a little further left than the other ones.
Yeah, but got the projection to the right, and then, that was close to being 5, but it it counts as a strike, so.
Yep. Throwing the Storm Ion Pro. That's a ball that he loves to throw. I see him throw it a ton at League. I feel like he has been throwing it quite a bit since it came out last season. Hook.
That was pretty good
shot
there.
First.
Yep.
Good double. Puts all the pressure back on Wade.
Yep. I say Wade's got to find something here, because Taylor's liable to start running the way his look is, but.
Yeah, Taylor's a guy that loves to play in the dirt too. Got to push.
Yeah.
5 through the face for Wade. Would like to thank all of our new subscribers today as we did eclipse the 2,500 subscriber mark. So a big thank you to everyone who has supported us over the years and continues to tune in. While that number might not seem that great to many people, but what do we produce? 7-8 shows a season. So to have 2,500 subscribers that continually watch our coverage, I do appreciate it.
We're having ball issues.
Yeah, this pair has produced a few stuck bowling balls that end up coming back. With like the film, how it's in the back of these A2 machines. Anyone who's familiar with bowling machines, when they get stuck back there, they just kind of slowly grind on something, and it just gets the belt film and the grit to it. His came back quick enough, so I don't think it's too bad.
As somebody who bowls League in this house, yep, I see that all the time. It's like,
maybe
look a little. Oh, he overcut it.
And I think it's just a product of the A2 machines when they get balls stuck, just the way the mechanism works back there.
Yeah. They just kind of sit and spin on the wheel and just pick up everything, and it's, yeah. Well, tough open for Wade. I mean, he's not out of the match yet, but he's pretty much going to need them all at this moment.
Yeah, 204 possible for Wade, and good strike there. Well, I'm not going to say anything because at this point I talked in the last match, and so we're just going to see what happens. I think Taylor likes this lane, which is different from all the other righties we've seen all day. Perhaps it's his ball speed and where he's playing, and he can get enough rotation on it to get it to do the right thing down lane. But frame 8 for Wallstrom, working on a double.
Yep. Yeah, he's got that lane, and you know that's not been everybody's friend so far. So
I've always been envious of Taylor's arm swing and the way he comes through the ball at the bottom.
yeah. I mean, you were around him a lot when he was younger, and I mean, I can remember everyone talking about the transformation as he got older and the bowler he's turned into.
Yeah, once he got older and a lot taller, well then these last few years he lost a lot of weight and now considered one of the best out there, if you ask me.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree, and that four-bagger right there is going to about shut the door on Wade even if he strikes out here. You're just talking Taylor needs a few pins.
But a good run for Wade Scott nonetheless. It was nice to see him out here, nice to see him make the show.
Yep.
I know Wade's had a kind of a rough go of it the last couple of years. He had a good like 3-4 years in a row, and then the last couple of years he just hasn't found his groove in the tournaments like he is used to. So it's nice to see him back in the show, and a good showing this weekend.
Yep. He's probably kicking himself over whatever happened on lane 12 for those couple frames this match.
Pretty easy to label him now.
Yep.
204 possible for Wade Scott. Throwing the 900 Global Sublime.
Every time he picks up that ball, it reminds me of the old Storm Trauma.
Yeah.
The one that I remember Pete Weber shooting 289 against Michael Haugen with.
Sure.
For those of you old school, early 2000s PBA junkies like me, it's one of those legendary matches, but it gives me that same vibe every time I see it.
So left walks in, and 9 is
9's enough.
plenty. So Taylor Wallstrom will advance to take on Clayton Moore in our semifinal match. And the winner will get the youngest bowler in the field, Tatum Lee. And as a youth bowler, he will be competing for scholarship funds, which I'm guessing by the time he graduates high school, he's going to have a hefty amount in that smart account.
You think about where he's at already, and, you know, one of our biggest tournaments every year is the Midwest Youth Classic in Alex, and how many of those bowlers have massive amounts of money from that, and you got to see Tatum Lee joining those ranks, if not surpassing him, if he continues to bowl like he is.
Well, there you have it. Taylor Wallstrom 226, Wade Scott 204. And Taylor will take on Clayton Moore, who will get 2 shots on each lane. Good weekend for Wade Scott. $700 winner for 4th place.
Yeah, very curious to see what Clayton's luck is.
Rockaholic, thank you for tuning in today. I do appreciate you in the chat room as well. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you next time. Wonder if we can get Wade's attention. I'd like to ask him a few things about his day, since he was the highest finishing lefty on what he saw out there compared to everyone else. He'll come back around at some point, but we'll try to get a word with Wade and see kind of what he saw on the lanes. I know some fellow lefties out there are probably curious.
Next match is going to be Clayton versus Taylor. I do have bracket money ready to go at the front desk here, so if you are in brackets and you think you have some money, come on up here and see me.
All right, confirmed by Tatum's dad that he is 14. So the official age, a 14-year-old is leading the state scratch tournament, and the number 1 seed will get the winner of this match. Will it be Clayton Moore or Taylor Wallstrom? Let us know in the chat who you think will win this match.
You think 14 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, did Clayton make the final of the KFYR?
Clayton has. He's made the final of all 4.
Yeah, was that the year that he lost to Matt in the final?
It was 2015, I think Clayton made the show and the final of all 4 of them, and he won the CMA. Who he lost to at, it could have been Matt the year, because Matt won all the odd years. He won 13,
Yeah.
15, and 19.
Okay. Yeah, I just thinking about it, like how long Clayton has been at this, which is, longer than Tatum's been alive.
Right.
This is going to be a train wreck. I'm either going to win by a zillion or lose by a lot.
Well, you heard it from Clayton there. I don't think he is too confident in his look out there, as you could tell, but we'll see what happens.
I mean, if there's anybody who can figure it out and can shoot a game when he needs, it is Clayton Moore. But yeah, does he have what he needs, the look he needs to beat what Taylor had last game? And, well, not a great start there. Makeable spare.
Yeah, fortunate just to leave the 6-10. Well, maybe we won't get a word with Wade, because maybe he skipped out as quick as he could. I don't know. A lot of people are leaving to go get food. It's been a long day. And he chopped it, and it came out of the back.
And that's what happens for me turning away. But
Yep.
you know what?
He chopped the 6 off, and the 6 came out of the back and took the 10.
I think we've got a little replay on our screen, and yeah, seen that a time or two, and we obviously seen things bounce out of the pit today in this pair, so heck of a break to start for Taylor.
All right, our first look here at Clayton Moore on this championship pair. He's another bowler that has not thrown a game on this pair. He finished his day on 13 and 14. So the likes of lane 12 are about to say hello to Clayton Moore.
I don't think I've seen Clayton get a shot past the head pin yet on 12, though. So I wonder if he even has any kind of a picture of what that lane is doing currently.
You know, and of all the righties that made the finals, he has the slowest ball speed of the doesn't get the kick out of the back. But do you think that's going to work against him? Because the other guys throw it so fast.
I think especially in this match against Taylor, it's going to. Yeah, the slow ball speed, and if I'm not mistaken, he's throwing a purple hammer.
He is, yep, spinning a purple hammer across the middle. I believe it gives him his best look to keep the ball on the right side in this instance.
Yeah, I wonder if he has enough to keep up with Taylor.
Hey, that looked pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where, like, if he is able to get it to the right and get it into the pocket on 12, is he able to kick enough out to keep up?
All right, Taylor Wallstrom, frame 2, working on a spare. And really quick, we're going to have a quick word with Wade Scott. So, Wade, you were the highest finishing lefty. What did you see out there that was different from all the other lefties?
You know, I guess the ball ended up matching up with the lane, you know what I mean, what I was looking at. I didn't end up having to make a lot of changes. I started on around 10 and around 22 at the arrows with my feet, at the line with my feet, and I made total all day a 2 and 4 move. 2 boards to the right at the arrows and 4 with my feet, and I was able to keep it there all day.
See, and that's crazy because I was talking to Blake and a couple of the other lefties, and they were worried about the righties getting so far left and into your laydown zone. So I wanted to figure out, like, what did you see that was different? Because Blake finished pretty low. Some of the other lefties just weren't there.
Yep. And the thing of it is, the righties didn't get as far over to the left as I thought either. They were around 20, 25, and I was playing from basically 13, 12 out to around 7 or 8. And I was able to maintain that the whole time. I did move back and speed up, and kept the speed up all day. And obviously, 1 and 2 changed a little bit and started jumping, and obviously 11 and 12 in the championship pair. One was so different from the other, and then I just really had to start lofting it a bit and putting it more left, and I'm just not comfortable doing that. But I guess to answer your question, I think I just had the right ball, you know what I mean? And 'cause I didn't have that last weekend I bowled down here, and it was a mistake, and I brought it this weekend, and it's been working out. And I threw the same ball all day. I didn't end up.
Very nice. Well, I was telling him earlier, it's good to see you out here. I know you've had a couple rough years. It's nice to see you make a show.
Yeah, well, thank you.
And thanks for giving us a little bit of your time. And
you bet. Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
You bet.
All right, Wade Scott, congratulations to him. Heard it from him there as he was the highest finishing lefty.
And while that was happening, Taylor with a bit of a high 410 on lane 11 and kind of flipping this match on its head already. So see what Clayton can do on 12. And that's the hit that I wonder if he can continue to carry, because he got that one right, but with urethane, does it have enough to kick it out? And right there it did, so that's a big double.
Okay, so we're going to make our last call on the Storm Ball Raffle. We have a raffle going on right now with the Wheel of Names. If you donate $5 to NDBowlTV, you will add your name to the list for every $5 you donate. We are going to spin the Wheel of Names in between this match and the next match. So we're going to cut off entries by the 10th frame so we can get everyone in there, and we're going to spin for a Storm High Performance Bowling Ball. To donate, there's a Venmo handle in the description below in this video, as well as a link to our PayPal donation site, or you can send a super chat here at YouTube. So this is the last call for the Storm Ball Raffle that we are holding, and the proceeds benefit us here at NDBowlTV. So thank you to everyone who has entered so far, and we will spin for that winner after this match. And a big 3-bagger by Clayton there.
Yeah, those were 2 really good shots. And Taylor coming back with one of his own there, swishing out everything, so still well in this match, but he's, seeing that three-bagger right there has got to give him some concern, so he needs to come up with one good one here.
Ooh, kicks out the 5-7.
Big swish there, too. Yeah, that looked like it might have been a smidge bit of a left move and just kind of trying to get it down lane a little bit, and worked out. So big double there. I think this might be your key shot of the match right here. If Clayton can kick one more out on 12 to make it a four-bagger, he seems to have a pretty good look on 11. That's left. Yep.
Barry Vossler, thank you for that donation. We will add you to the Wheel of Names.
All right, on the spare, but Tell disappointed without a first shot, so.
Ryan Sanger, thank you for that donation. We'll get your 4 entries to the wheel.
Good shot there from Clayton. If there is one thing that Clayton probably does better than almost anybody is when he needs to go to the loft. He has that, and he is really good and consistent with it.
So now looking forward to our championship match, do you think experience is going to come into play at all? Like the kid's been on the biggest junior gold stage for his division. So no stranger to this. He's bowled a lot of adult tournaments, perhaps not on NDBowlTV, besides the Midwest Youth, but how do you think the kid's going to do?
You know, I think we can both say, like, going from a junior tournament to an adult tournament, not even thinking about the competition, but just the breakdown of the lanes themselves is so much different. And Tatum getting some experience already in that is huge for him, but I think the experience of either one of these two from this match is going to be huge because, big trip 9 there for a 4-bagger. The experience that both of these guys have in reading the lane and what it's doing is going to be a huge advantage, I think.
And having games on this pair already,
Yes.
just recently, I think that's always been part of a disadvantage as the 1 seed, though.
Yeah, I mean, you talk to 90% of the bowlers and they'll take their chance in a 1-game match, but it can't ever be overstated how much games on the pair is an advantage over a 1 seed.
Well, who will it be, Clayton Moore or Taylor Wallstrom, to take on 14-year-old Tatum Lee in our championship match?
It's going going to hit. And
The 5. Oh,
it almost
hit it.
rolled around to God, and I think it's actually going to knock it over here, and we're going to have an issue in a second.
Yep. Yeah, it scored it as a strike. We're going to need a score correction and set up the 5 on 12.
Yep, that's going to take a sec here, but
So slight delay.
that right there is the hit that has worried me throwing urethane on this pair, and specifically lane 12, though. Because you feel like a reactive ball right there probably has enough to potentially kick it out.
Yeah, we need somebody to quickly do the scores for him. But Clayton will run down this 5-pin as Chris Charles.
As he's holding his hand up.
Yeah. As is everyone behind the desk.
Yep.
Some things never fade in bowling, and the old hand up on a 5-pin is one of them.
Some people may think it's dumb or cheesy or whatever, but it still gets a smile out of most of the bowling alley. Somebody was talking about it earlier as I was sitting back here watching today, and a 16-lane house where every pair did it for somebody, and they missed and ended up with a $500 bar tab.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
All right, Clayton Moore, frame 8.
Ooh.
Doesn't take the 4.
Pretty close.
All right, quick math, Ken. What's the situation here for Taylor? Clayton's got 227 left.
Well, 2 more for Taylor puts him in the 230s, which means he needs a mark. The count is very imperative at this moment, so spare here from Clayton is still not out of the match. He's got 220. But Taylor's got a pretty solid look. So, well, and as I say that, now he only has 2 teams. So the frustration there, I'm sure, is evident. But Taylor at this moment now, one more strike here, and then he just has to stay clean. Yep.
Oh, and a break for Wallstrom as he goes through the nose. And the snow plow.
The wry smile of like, yeah, I didn't deserve that, but I'll take it.
So, Taylor, if you watch this down the road, that hit for you was payback for all the Brooklyns I got against you at the Masters. Bowling gives and bowling takes.
It looked like he maybe got around that one.
Probably.
And it hit that dry because he got the projection on it, but it hit the dry and just took off. So real fortunate break, but you know what? As one of our favorites, Patrick Allen, said, take it to the bank house.
That's right, cash it in. That's
that
one that seemed like he threw it to the dry very quickly.
Yeah, and that's going to put it really tight. Give Taylor 2. He's at 191. That's a 5-pin match.
All right, here we go. 2:16 left for Clayton Moore. 2:21 left for Taylor Wallstrom. Unexpected finish here in our semifinal match. Winner to take on Tatum Lee in the final. And we are going to officially cut off our entries for the Storm Ball raffle. So stay tuned after this match. We will spin the wheel and see who will take home a new high performance bowling ball. thank you to the folks at Storm.
Clayton showing a little experience too, giving himself a little breather and just whether it's trying to figure out 12 or just trying to slow down the pace a little bit.
Yeah, now imagine if he picked up the 4-pin.
Yep. And is that one going to push? He likes it. Now it's dead good, and he's off
Ran it
camera.
off. What a great shot in that moment.
Yeah, that was he needed that one because he's had lane 11, and he just threw probably the best shot of the match right there.
And he's throwing that purple hammer, and from where he's at, he's got to hit that thing so hard at the bottom to get it to do the right thing down lane.
But if there's anybody who can and does, it is Clayton.
All right. 10th frame now. 5-pin match for a chance in the title match. That's way left.
Boy. He that looked like a short arm or something.
Right, and I think
not
that's a byproduct of how hard he has to hit that ball at the bottom. And they're shaking on it as Taylor.
Yeah, Clay. Yeah, if he does spare strike, Clay. Yeah, Taylor needs 6 pins and 2 shots, and yeah, he's disappointed. I think, and he's disappointed in himself overall, but especially that last shot there, just nowhere near his best. Yeah.
And it's going to be an all-Minot final here at the State Scratch Singles Tournament at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. Taylor Wallstrom, barring a complete collapse here in the 10th. He just needs his 6 pins and 2 shots.
Yep.
But Taylor Wallstrom against Tatum Lee.
I think we have confidence that he's going to get that, but we did see a 4-2 earlier, so it could happen.
So back-to-back years in 2 different venues, Taylor Wallstrom will bowl for the title of the North Dakota Bowling Proprietors Association State Scratch Singles. Last year fell to Joel Galley in the title match. He'll get another shot at it here momentarily. They're talking about perhaps looking at a couple different balls on these 2 shots.
Yeah, he's grabbing something right now. I don't quite know what that is.
All right, Ken, should we spin the wheel? What do you guys think? While Taylor finishes up here is our bracket. Should we decide who is going to win? So
I think it's that time, isn't it?
And since there is a way where I can show you guys my screen, but it is currently not set up on my computer, and I need to work on that in my own free time. So we're going to take the booth cam, and we're going to show you the wheel. All right, so here we are. So I'm going to cut it to the booth cam. Get rid of that. There we go. So here's me and Ken, right? So here is our wheel of names. And since you guys were so nice, I'm going to spin it twice. So what we're going to do with the one rule, if we spin it twice, we can't have the same winner twice. All right? So we need 2 different winners, and 2 people will go home with a Storm Ball of choice. So here is our wheel. We are going to shuffle them all up. Those are all of our entries, 56 entries. All right. Click to spin. This is the first winner of the Storm Ball Raffle. Here we go. First winner is Rodney Holm. Your first cash this year. You called it. So we're going to remove all instances of Rodney Holm. Rodney Holm is the first winner. And now this will be our second winner. Again, big thank you to everyone who contributed to this. And here we go, second winner. Jeff Dickhouse got it, barely passing Chris Massey. So Jeff and Rodney Holm, congratulations. I will be in contact with you guys. Please send me a message on the NDBowling.com Facebook page, and I'll get the information we need from you guys. Again, big thank you to everyone. Let's put this camera back. Big thank you to everyone who contributed to that. I do greatly appreciate it. We will do those again in the future. All right, so let's cut it back out to the lanes here, because you guys don't want to watch us. You want to watch Tatum Lee bowl, as he is still doing his warm-ups.
I mean, I saw him throw one on each, and looks like he's pretty close on both lanes, but I mean, you can see how like his ball speed got him down the lane there, but didn't get him to finish, so see what it looks like, but at least seems to have a relatively clean look after a couple shots.
All right, championship match. Let us know in the chat room who you want to win, Tatum Lee or Taylor Wallstrom. Hey.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate that.
Yeah, congratulations. I will get information from you and Rodney Holm at some point in the next week, and we'll get you a ball. All right, here we go.
Good opening shot from Taylor.
Nice shot there to set the tone. Well, we saw Tatum early on in our qualifying round. He started on our featured pair, or close to the featured pair. Shot 279, 269 back-to-back games.
Yeah, just a cool 782 to start.
Yep.
No big deal.
Again, let's see what the kid's got here. Very solid game. Only 14 years old. Good start.
All right, let's get the Wally. Yeah, I think for those of you that saw the couple shots in practice, the second one on the right lane looked like he was just a smidge soft. If he keeps it up, it's just a matter of can he carry that swisher out.
Again, after this match, we will have hopefully a brief word with our winner. And then Ken and I are going to wrap things up and get out of here so that Sunset Lanes, which is filling up pretty quickly, can get to their evening festivities. Lee, frame 2, working on a strike.
That was a nice
good
shot, too.
Looks like he's throwing a Road Warrior, I believe.
think a little fortunate that he was able to get all of them down there, but you take that right now.
Do apologize, slight little hiccup in the internet, so if your quality or stream does glitch a little bit, we do apologize for that. We are at the mercy of the internet, so hopefully it holds off for the rest of this match. And there it is. Front three for Taylor. Going toe-to-toe right now.
A couple guys that can overpower the lane in different ways. And for a pair that did not look very good to start the step ladders, turning out to not be too bad. Catch that mid lane hook, but then just kind of sit there and rolled, and ooh. Unfortunate break with the 8-10, but.
Again, I do apologize with our internet. It does seem to be in a hiccup at the moment, so please bear with us.
Well, we've seen it a few times already. Pins are bouncing. Pocket, and he's still well in the match.
All right, bounce back frame for Lee. Did not get into a roll soon enough, but a makeable nonetheless.
I mean, still, that's 4 pretty decent opening shots there, and, you know, not getting the hits on those last 2, but for somebody who hasn't full.
And unforced.
Kind of throws a bit of a cutter at it, a little bit of a back, and Taylor now can take advantage, moving in front of the ball return on lane 12.
That's pretty good. Nope.
Was good, yep.
Wallstrom in complete control. That was a pretty good shot. Again, sorry if your stream does cut out and skip forward, as we are having a few hiccups in the internet. Our apologies, but hopefully it stabilizes here for the ending of the match. Unfortunate there.
Got the 7 tripped out, so. Taylor talking to himself, as we all do, but seems to know what he did there, so just get up there, pick up your easy spare, and you know you're going to hold solid advantage early on. Oof.
Okay, on the spare. And the winner will take home a $1,200 top prize, $800 for second. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Nice bounce back frame for Tatum.
Looked like he got that one to the dirt, but that ball speed held it off to go dead flush. So nice
I really like the axis rotation he's getting off his hand. It's a lot different than I've seen in past years. I don't know if he's been working on some things with coaches or not, but the axis rotation and the way it's coming off his hand is different. I'd be curious to know if he's worked on things. I know at his age his game is constantly developing, so I'd be curious to know.
Yeah, I mean, for somebody who's 14 years old, like he's still going to be growing and still going to be, like you said, evolving and working on it. But it's in a really good spot right now, and if he can get that
Take
messenger, which he does, that
It's a big messenger.
Yeah, that'll give Taylor a little think about again. See if Taylor figured out what exactly he did wrong in the 5th frame and brings it to 12 and post up another one.
Appears our internet has stabilized, so thank you for sticking with us.
Yeah.
Good shot. Again, we had a few hiccups in the internet there. That's why there was a little bit of buffering in the stream or your stream cut out parts as it was playing, but hopefully that's the last little hiccup of the evening. And we're picking up now frame 7 for Taylor Wahlstrom. Commanding early lead in this match, but a double put up by Tatum Lee. It's making Taylor think about it.
Good shot there. Yep. It's a big double thrown right back at him, and Tatum at this point, he can't miss. Taylor's already in 230s. Taylor's already in the 230s. Tatum needs every single one he's got.
Because he's still got, what, 245 left?
Yep.
Oh, such a good shot, and wrap 10.
Yeah, he knows it too. Like that was really good off his hand, and oof.
You know, I got to say, regardless of the outcome, the kid has shown some moxie for being 14. He's thrown some really good shots through 7 frames of our match, and, you know, kudos to him. He's going to go places, and like I said, we talked about it at the Midwest Youth. There's going to be a point where this kid's going to run over people, and, you know, I think that's starting.
It's already almost there. I mean, he's a couple breaks away from being right with Taylor in this match, and
you know, and I think it's in the last 2-3 years the kid's grown like 2 feet.
it feels like it. Yeah.
You know, I got to imagine developmentally that's hard to, you know, progress with your body as it's changing the way it is. So he's only going to get better from this point on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's still. There's still a glimmer of hope, you know, but it's going to take a little bit of help from Taylor.
Ooh, can opener.
It starts when you can carry that kind of hit, though. So
I love the can opener hit because it's the one like weak hit you don't expect to carry, and then they all go in different directions.
yeah, you just like, oh, okay, I guess I'll steal one right there, but Taylor, a couple strikes right here can slam the door completely shut. So,
all right, a vindication moment here for Taylor Wahlstrom, who finished 2nd last year at Midway Lanes in this tournament. A chance to claim his first North Dakota State Scratch Singles title.
Oh,
Wrap 10. Pretty good pitch. again, a very quick and brief word with our winner on the completion of this match, and then we're going to wrap things up. Again, a big thank you to everyone who tuned in today and contributed to our raffle. And also a big thank you to our sponsors, Zello Gear and Storm. Crunch time now.
On the spare, so.
Tatum's got, what, 2:24 left?
Yep. So, I mean, Taylor needs marks, but stranger things have happened.
Good toss, but that's all you need at this point is makeables.
Yep. But
so let's say Tatum strikes out. Let's assume he strikes out. With a spare here, what's Taylor need in the 10th?
9 pins.
9 pins, okay.
I shouldn't say that. 9 pins would be a tie.
Which, on this, a split in the middle, and
yep,
anything can happen.
Yep.
So, on the spare.
Okay, yep. So, yeah, Tatum needs his 4 best right here to force a mark from Taylor. Simple as that.
Yeah, and to think the 3 shots that didn't strike for Tatum were all pretty good shots. So he has every right to be leading in this match. It's just that's how bowling goes, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's been 1 shot out of the pocket combined between the 2, and it was, you know, pretty sure Taylor would say a poor shot from him in the 5th frame. So let's see what Tatum's got, though. Looks
that
soft.
Hooked early. That hooked way early. That hit that spot on 12.
Yeah. And that, I think, officially does it, because Taylor's already at 206, so he's going to be our winner.
So there you go. The year after taking 2nd place to Joel Galley, Taylor Wallstrom gets it done. But once again, what a great showing by Tatum Lee, 14 years old, out of Minot, will take home $800 to his scholarship account.
That's a pretty good 190 that Tatum is going to throw there, and he didn't have a sniff after those back-to-back opens.
Yeah, hats off to the kid. He threw some really good shots in his first time out here on NDBowlTV. This kid's only going to get better, and we're going to see him again.
Yep, victory lap from Taylor right here, and it's got to feel good.
Yeah, especially the year after taking 2nd to Joel. So fantastic way to follow that up. And he gets it done with a pretty solid game here in the championship match. Again, we're going to try to get a quick word with Taylor here momentarily, and then we're going to wrap things up. Again, big thank you to everyone who has tuned in today. Big thank you to the folks here at Sunset Lanes, Darren Sundstrom, Lonnie Thielbar, country, everyone that's involved with running these tournaments. They take good care of us, and they always do a great job whenever we're here. Big thank you to Storm, Zello Gear. Thank you to you, Ken, for joining me in the booth this evening, even though it was a long day for both of us.
Always happy to. Always enjoy the time here, and
Yep, thank you, Clayton. Nice bowling there.
It was fun. Try not to swear next time.
All right, let's get a quick word with our winner. There you see it. Let's cut to our booth cam. And here he is, Taylor Wallstrom. A year after losing in the final out at Midway Lanes.
Yeah.
In this very tournament, you come back, you find it, you weren't in the top 5 most of the day. What did you find late in the day that got you there?
Man, I think I was +5 after 3. You know, it was just hooked more than I thought it was gonna. Didn't get left fast enough. And then I got comfy with the Ion Pro.
You love that ball. You throw it everywhere.
Man, I mean, really once I got deep, I didn't have to move anywhere. I just a couple boards left, couple boards right, depending on the pair. And I mean, I went front 7 3 games in a row. I mean,
jeez.
It was.
Yeah, you were away from stream, so I never caught any of that.
Yeah, I mean, I went 250, 270, 260 to run up after being +5. You know.
Jeez.
So I kind of made a little run there, and then just kind of finished off with a bunch of 220s. And I mean, unfortunately, this isn't my A game when I have to get in front of the ball return, but I'm getting better at it. So at least, you know, the Vibo is a incredible bowling ball.
Yes.
It's older now, but love it. I'll probably I have another one at home. You know.
Yeah. So let's go back to last year. You lost in the final to Joel. So did you change your approach or do anything different this year? And how does it feel to kind of like get it done the year after losing in the final?
Well, I mean, I think I just made sure that I kept it in front of me. Last year, I got it a little too wide, a lot of shots. I made sure that I was going to hit the hole, even if it didn't have a lot on it. It was going to keep me out of trouble, and just hoped I carried enough, you know?
Yep.
It feels good to finally win again after that. You know, I won the Masters a couple years ago, but I've lost this. This was the 4th one since then, and I lost the 3 before that. So it felt good to finally get one done. Finally.
Right.
I mean, took second twice and third once, so it was finally get one done.
Well, congratulations, a $1,200 winner. It makes me feel good after our encounter at the Masters 2 weeks ago.
That was a rough one for me.
But congratulations nonetheless. Kind of a good start to the weekend with doubles tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're bowling with Josh?
Yep.
Very nice. So, again, for those of you watching, we're not streaming tomorrow, but you can tune in to Sunset Lane's Facebook page, as I'm sure they'll be posting standings. And then, of course, we will post the finals and everything on NDBowling.com when it's finished. So, congratulations to Taylor. $1,200 winner. There it is.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys having us, streaming this whole thing and having me on here. And thanks,
Absolutely, man. Nice bowling today.
Love it. Appreciate it.
I'm going to get a picture with you tomorrow, okay?
Deal.
So that everyone can get out of here and we can get going, all right?
Sounds like a deal.
Perfect.
Appreciate
Taylor
it.
Wallstrom, winner of the State Scratch Singles Tournament. And that's going to do it for Ken and I. For Ken Fletcher, I'm Darren Sini, coming to you from Sunset Lanes. That's going to do it for the State Scratch Singles Tournament. Thank you all for tuning in. And as always, we'll see you next time.